All right, stream is on. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. All right, this is the general staff meeting for January 9th of 2021. 2020 is gone forever, maybe. There is no private portion for this meeting, so we're going straight into section 3. I do have a statement that I'll be reading at the beginning. And then, because of a request from Captain Obi, we'll be skipping to 6A after the statement, and then going back to mod noms in section 4. In attendance right now is AP, Dalt, myself, Gods, Kyle, I'm scrolling down, Discord, Mega, CC Skelly, and Volp. Chief's not able to make it, and I'm sure Yoshi will appear like a ninja. So,
Dungeon's here.
Oh, Engines, sorry. Engines, you're muted, so I skipped you. Okay, so I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna post the statement now. So give me 1 sec here. I'll also add to the agenda as well. So give me a sec there. All right, so I posted in live and on the agenda, so you should be able to see it now. I'm also going to change to, give me a sec to change to voice activity, because I don't want to keep pushing this button. Hello, hello, test, okay, good. All right, folks, yeah, I'm just going to start off. This is a pretty long statement. Hello, everyone. For the past few months, I have considered shutting down the MRT server. Obviously, the tumultuous events in October has played a role in this, but what it has really come down to is whether or not I want to keep spending my free time and energy enforcing rules, mediating interpersonal conflicts, and keeping this community happy and together. My patience has been put to the limit because of constant and unnecessary arguments, as well as people who are unwilling to stop, listen, and understand each other. Some players have proposed that the server could continue without me if I were to just simply transfer ownership to one of the admins. But unfortunately, this is not really viable at this time. Chief has already publicly stated he's not interested in taking ownership, and the rest of the admins are pretty busy with university and work right now. And even so, I don't think it would be fair to saddle such an admin with such a huge responsibility. So ultimately, my decision came down to choosing between two opposites. On one hand, I had to choose between what it would be best for many people, that is the community, versus what is best for my own well-being. We, the staff, know that, and myself, we know that the server means a lot to many people here. It is essentially a safe place, or a safe space for people to hang out with like-minded transit enthusiasts and, unfortunately, meme connoisseurs, and to escape from their difficult lives and realities. Suffice to say, if the server was shut down, it would be devastating to numerous people, especially during these trying times. At the same time, though, my well-being has to be accounted for. If too many arguments, conflicts, and other issues continue to plague this community, I'm just going to become increasingly frustrated and pissed off, frankly. I think we can all agree that's something we all don't want to see. And that it will also make it much more difficult for me to manage this community in that sort of state. So, between these two choices, I've decided this. As announced on the first day of this year, of this 2021, I have announced that I've decided to renew the MRT server's lease for at least one more year, because we this place is important to the well-being of a lot of people. However, this renewal is going to come with several caveats, and conditions in order to protect my own well-being and enjoyment while running this server. I will describe these conditions in the rest of this statement, and the theme of this statement, or this speech, I guess, is it's going to revolve around setting expectations. The first half of this statement will be about what you all in the community can expect from myself and staff in this new year. The second half is what I am expecting from the community. And put in another way, there's sort of a TLDR here. I've given a lot of money, time, and energy to the server for the past 8 years. Now it's time for me to take some of those things back and basically set boundaries of what I think is acceptable in this community. All right. So let's go on to the first thing. What you can expect from staff. The first thing on this is events. Let's talk about those. As many of you know, Yoshi, as our special events coordinator, has organized many of our most popular events for many years. Things like The Amazing Race or Big Brother. However, the reality right now is that Yoshi and a vast majority of the staff members are going to be very busy with university and work for at least the rest of this year. So therefore I want to let the community know, and I want them basically to have the expectation that there aren't going to be as many of those sort of major official events on the server this year compared to previous years. So just want to make sure that you expect that and just make it very clear here. So instead, because those events aren't happening, I think what's necessary for the community to thrive is that people have to make their own fun. This means other members will have to step up to organize their own events. And to be fair, we've already seen some of that in action with some recent examples. The Assassins organized by Wipeout, London's Pub Quiz, and Lingo organized by Autobus. And for this, I would encourage you to others, if you're interested in running an event, please do so. We are prepared to help you provide advice, support, and funding to ensure that your event is as successful and as fun as possible. Feel free to submit a GSM proposal, and we'll look at it. And when I mean by this saying people have to make their own fun, it's not just limited to just official or major events that happen on the weekends. I also mean on the day-to-day basis on the server and on voice chat as well. And this could include things like mini games like Get to X or Bootleg Telephone, or just role-playing events in and between cities. Something I've noticed while being on the server, every so often in game, I see a member state in public chat that they are bored on the server. You've probably seen those sort of people before as well, or those people that happening on there. Well, I can understand this. My response is that we, the staff, we're frankly not responsible for anyone's entertainment here. We do provide the setting, the environment, and the space for people to enable people's enjoyment here on the server. But it's up to you, the members, to make the best out of that. So, yeah. So basically, again, you have to make your own fun here. And for this year, it's going to be more important than usual. All right, moving on to staff accountability. So there have been many recent changes to the membership of the staff team and to how the staff team operates. I think it's safe to say that the staff in previous years have not been the most accountable to the community. And there haven't been many viable avenues for the community or members to provide feedback or constructive feedback to staff. With the new open moderator nomination process that's in place and annual staff reviews, I'm hoping that this will bring a new age of transparency and open dialogue that will allow people to feel more comfortable bringing up issues to the staff or community's attention. And speaking of bringing up issues, I hate to sound like a broken record again, but I have to repeat this again. I want to remind everyone that if you do have a concern you can and should be able to bring it up with any staff member with no fear of retribution or judgment. Of course, staff aren't perfect people, and even if you bring it, even with that concern, we're not going to guarantee that we'll be able to address it, even. But we are here to assist in any way we can. And if you still don't feel comfortable talking to certain moderators, you can always bring up things with myself or the admins. Now it's for a time for the awkward part where I have to talk about myself. And this is where I'm going to talk about what the community can expect from me, myself, this year. So for the most part, I'll still be around on the server in some capacity, handling day-to-day operations on the server. I'll still be looking at requests, answering emails, enforcing the rules, and mediating conflicts, which seems to be my thing I do most often nowadays. I will be doing less of these tasks than usual, and I'm going to start leaving them to the rest of staff to deal with. And I'm going to try to reduce my overall presence on the server, just for the sake of my own well-being. And I do want to emphasize, I'm attempting to reduce. Whether or not I'm successful at this, we'll see. It really depends on whether I can find something else to do, really, or something to use up my time. I will still be available if there are any emergencies or major incidents that require my immediate attention. So basically, I'll still be around, but I'm basically trying to fade into the background in a way. In terms of projects, like technical projects involving the server's hardware and software infrastructure, there are still a few things I'm meaning to do. You may know that there's going to be a server maintenance day coming up on actually Monday. And in that maintenance day, I'll be basically migrating the main Minecraft server to Pterodactyl. If you don't know what that is, or if you want more details, I would suggest going in the beta announcements channel in Discord. You'll need to sign up to the beta group. And also, I'm going to be keeping software up to date. MediaWiki needs an update, and also I need to keep updating the plugins. And I've lost connection to Minecraft because my internet sucks. Let me see if I can get on. Oh, 34 people. Jesus. All right, I'm just gonna keep talking here. And so those two items are gonna happen on Monday. There is one other project, is getting the first Zeta world download up and running. Because Zeta is now literally 90 gigabytes of data. It's not feasible for me to put it on the file server as a direct download anymore. So instead, I'm going to be looking at providing it as a torrent. So you can expect that thing to happen probably in the next few months, probably in the spring, maybe March, April, that sort of time frame. Now, outside of any of these projects, there's nothing much else. I have no plans for any major projects at the moment, and that might be the case for the rest of this year. I do want to make it clear that there are some projects that I know that people have been, or at least some parts of the community have been wanting, but they aren't going to happen anytime soon. And that includes the official MRT survival server, which was going to be run as an occasional event at the end of last year, but never didn't happen. And the other project is any sort of merchandising. I just don't feel, right at the moment, I don't feel real comfortable cashing out on that. So yeah, so I just want to make it clear that's not happening anytime soon. Okay, so here's the second half of the statement. So let's talk about the whole divide between Mumble and non-Mumble. So the events of October 4th and the days afterwards were, by and large, the most challenging and shocking days for the community since ColaFest in 2015. It's safe to say mistakes were made on all sides, from decisions made by staff to the reactions from those both in the Mumble social group and out of it. I would like to emphasize one point here. these divisions between mumble and non-mumble didn't just spontaneously come into existence on October 4th. These are the sort of things that have developed over many years on the server. And they were just not widely visible to the community because people do not feel comfortable or safe bringing up their concerns, as I said before. And since it took many years for this divide to develop, I'm expecting that it'll also take many years to heal and repair it, if it's even possible. This also includes restoring people's trust in the staff from people on both sides of this divide. In the months after October 4th, the remaining staff and I did make some active efforts in bridging this divide. This was not just done by reaching out and talking to people on both sides, but we also encouraged those people to talk with the people on the other side, basically encouraging conversations between them. In my opinion, a lot of the heated reactions that came from these players are because people were not listening or understanding each other, not willing to consider other perspectives, and jumping to conclusions and making erroneous assumptions. For those that did reach out and talk to people on the other side, I would like to sincerely thank you for having the courage to do so, and having the open mind to do so. I hope that you will continue to be open to these sort of conversations going forward. Now, of course, in all the people we talked to, not everyone was satisfied by having any sort of conversation or willing to have those conversations. And some of those people, unfortunately, have left the server. That is certainly their choice to make. I will say at this point, I think staff have already done their part, and I don't think there's much else for the staff and myself to do to work on this issue. So we're not going to actively continue encouraging these conversations going forward. Instead, we're going to move forward with this server and the community, and continue to make this into a welcoming and friendly place for as many people as possible. Now, for those reading the statement, you may have noticed that there's a big asterisk next to this sentence. There is an exception, which I'll be explaining at the latter part of this statement. So hold on to your horses there. So let's talk about learning how to get along with each other. While we were having all these conversations with, people, also at the mumble conflict and non-mumble conflict, but also in general, because people fortunately have had arguments about other things too. So while talking to many members of this community, I started to notice a pattern from these people. I realized that one of the main reasons why it seems like these arguments are happening so often is because one or more of the parties involved is lacking in the skills needed to resolve such conflicts. And what I mean by these skills, these skills include being empathetic, like genuinely listening to others and understanding their perspective, controlling their emotions. The best example of this is some people, unfortunately, get very unnecessarily angry, or they get angry very quickly, or they take personal offense very quickly. You probably know people like that, IRL or here. Another skill is engaging in tactics to de-escalate the situation. I'm not going to go into detail about that. You can look that up online. There's plenty of pages about how to de-escalate those sort of things. Also, communicating their opinions clearly and honestly, and doing it in a civil, respectful, and non-confrontational manner. So the thing is, with this one is, you can be honest. If anything, it's probably better to be honest. But sometimes you can be, if you don't convey it in depending on the tone of how you convey it, or it can be interpreted as disrespectful. So there has to be a balance there. And finally, and I think this is one of the more important points, having the self-awareness to reflect on their own behavior acknowledge how that behavior affects others, and to take responsibility for that behavior. Now, everybody has, they have these skills in varying degrees. But what I'm talking about here is, I think for the people that get into arguments all the time, I think for some of them, they are very lacking in one or probably more of these sort of skills. And they haven't developed these skills sufficiently. And that's why they keep getting in trouble and they keep getting warnings and such. So when I realized this, I talked to some of these individuals, and I think some of them have taken steps to work on these skills, to essentially reflect what they've done and to make amends with others. And honestly, I think that's great. If these members need help learning or refining these skills, I think the staff and community can assist and provide guidance as much as we can, to some extent. We certainly can help each other essentially develop these skills together. I just want to make it very clear, though, arguments and conflicts, I'm not expecting them to go away. They're going to happen. Because our servers has so many different people from different parts of the world with different viewpoints and all that sort of stuff. That's going to happen. But we can't completely prevent them from happening. But as long as people are willing to continually improve themselves with these skills, learn from these arguments, and in the end essentially become better people, then I think in the long run in our community we'll see less of these arguments. And I think that if we see less of them, that'll improve everyone's overall enjoyment and well-being on the server. And that is what I'm asking from this community. I think people can work on this. And if we do, I think everyone's going to have a better time on here. So now I'm going to flip this all on its head, because unfortunately there are several members that we've encountered over the past year that are essentially the opposite of this. Unfortunately, for some reason, we've encountered more than usual, which I'm not sure what that means exactly. But these are people who basically show little to no interest or willingness or ability to improve themselves along these lines. And these individuals tend to exhibit the following traits, and these are essentially the opposite of what I just said before. They're not willing to listen to others. They're not understanding other perspectives. They're not listening to staff instructions even. They're not being open or accommodating to alternative solutions that could possibly resolve a conflict. They let their emotions take over, usually resulting in an escalation of a conflict. And finally, they are unrepentant. They refuse to understand what they did wrong or take responsibility for their behavior. In some cases I've encountered, they may even deflect what they've done by blaming other people or staff even. So many of these sort of members have actually already been banned. And I'm going to cite examples right now. These are people like Rocco, Six Alex, Worski, and Supikun. When staff tried to talk to these individuals and reason with them, their inability or unwillingness to listen made things very difficult for us. The best metaphor I can think of is it was very much like talking to a brick wall. And unfortunately, since this leaves us with no common ground or understanding, and a high likelihood that the individual will cause harm again because they don't understand, this doesn't leave the staff with many options. For the member, so those are the people who are banned, but there are some members here that have not been banned, but fall under this category, unfortunately. For those members who are still here and stubbornly choose to continue going down this path, please do not be surprised if more warnings and/or bans come your way. And in some cases, I'm going to reserve the right to issue an immediate indefinite ban to players who clearly cannot be reasoned with, even if they have no previous warnings. So basically what I'm saying here is what happened with Supikun could happen again. And I don't want people to be surprised by that. These bans will be given as violations of the belligerent dissent rules, and I will be amending that rule. It's a general rule number 11, I believe, to include this clause. And this is my biggest condition for continuing to run this server, and it is not negotiable, because I do feel. Well, I guess I'll explain in the rest in this paragraph. My patience for dealing with these types of individuals, it's not even, I wouldn't describe it as thin, it's non-existent at this point. The staff and myself will continue to work with players in a reasonable manner and try to find solutions to help them and to help the rest of the community. But if it's clear to me that the other party is not being reasonable or acting in good faith, then I don't want us to waste any more time dealing with that individual. And I'm going to make it very clear, these bans are going to be very rare. It actually takes a lot to get to that sort of point where you're not listening to people and not being reasonable at all. I will only issue these bans if the player is satisfying many points of the criteria I've listed above. So please be assured that pretty much almost everyone in the current MRT community won't fit this bill at all. And please don't fear in your safety that I'm just going to ban people right, left, and center. No, this is going to be a very rare case. They have to satisfy those points in the criteria. And again, it takes a lot to get to that point. But unfortunately, we've run into that seemingly more often than usual for some reason. But I don't think we should be wasting our time with those sort of individuals. Okay, I don't like writing conclusions, so all I'm going to do is just re-emphasize all the points, just so it's all seared into your brain. So yeah, here's a summary. Expect less official events from staff. You have to make your own fun, either your own events or things that are done on an impromptu basis. Expect better staff accountability, I should say. We've made some reforms where things are more open and transparent. Don't be afraid to ask staff or let us know or talk to staff if you have a concern. Expect less of me on the server because I need to feel better. I am not expecting the divisions between mumble or non-mumble to be resolved be fully resolved anytime soon. So let's just move on from it and make as much fun with the stuff we have right now. I am expecting people, though, to continue learning the skills to get along with each other and to de-escalate interpersonal conflicts. And finally, if a player is clearly not being reasonable and not willing to listen or understand, don't be surprised if I choose to indefinitely ban them from the server. Or put it another way, if you're familiar with the Pikachu face meme, I don't want to see Pikachu face when a ban happens, because I'm basically telling you right now, these are my expectations. Don't be a Pikachu face. All right. So thanks for everyone to continue to be on the server and contribute to it. Let's hope this year goes a lot better than the last. All right. Okay. Regarding the statement, I would just ask if you, sorry. Yeah, I would just ask if you have questions about it or anything, any comments about it, please leave it till the end. In the Q&A, or if you want to just talk to me directly, I'm certainly open to that as well. Okay, let's move on to hold on. Oh yeah, I think I just need to say some things about the server maintenance day as well. Yeah, I already mentioned. Yeah, we're moving to the server's going to be down on Monday from 5 p.m. UTC. I'm not sure how long it'll take. It'll be varied, but basically some services will come back up first before others. Probably the Minecraft server will be up before the wiki. I plan to do the wiki update a little later. The wiki, I'm going to update the version, but I'm also going to add some extensions and improvements that some people have been asking as well. So you can read that all in the agenda there. All right, and okay, and as I said before, we're not going to section 4 now. We're going to section 6A, or topic 6A, because Obi has requested that because it's quite late for him. So 6A.
How do you want to do this? Go through the comments, or how do you want to go right into it?
Yeah, let's go right into it. Yeah, it's a lot to go over, so I don't. Yeah. So yeah.
I know Obi is here. Should we unmute them?
If they have something to say, or they can type it out. I'm not sure what they prefer.
Oh, Obi says
he doesn't want to
text.
be.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Oh my god, there's a lot of comments on this.
Yeah, so I was like, we have a lot of comments to read.
I apologize for that.
Was like that, but also staff comments. I know Kyle at least wrote his out for people to see, but there's also staff comments to keep in mind.
So I noted on the meeting channel that it's possible that we could also take this time to set a precedent in the future as to how far should count for an SMP airport. But I floated the idea of possibly setting a distance and saying that anything above the distance can apply for special permission from a GSM, like what's happening here.
Right. Looking at the proposed location, it looks like it's going to be closest to, is it Caloro to the north? Sorry,
Caloro, yeah.
Calora.
I guess let's give more context to people that might not have read the agenda. So this isn't really to approve the airport per se, but really to set the guidelines of what the staff are going to evaluate to approve the airport.
Well, we're not approving the airport itself. We're just looking at the distances and.
Right, but I mean, like, I want to set the expectation of other people in forum,
And
because I think that we got sidetracked in forum of whether we should approve the airport or not.
And I came in. I was seeing a lot of discussion beforehand, mostly between Kyle and the rest, and I came to the conclusion that we can argue about distances and how it fits in the original airport, the regular airport rules as much as we can, but it doesn't seem to be. I don't think we're making any progress in that regard. So I suggested maybe this should be considered a special / community / transport project, like something that is proposed at a GSM with details and as a sort of a special case, basically.
I personally like that idea, although I think stuff like that should be subject to more scrutiny than a private airport. And I think the specialty of this airport is that there's a bunch of people collaborating on it. Like, as in, like, it helps. It's essentially like helping community spirit, I guess. I don't know. It's a community event in my eyes. So I think stuff like that should deserve more scrutiny if it wants to bypass discussion regarding the regular rules.
Yeah, no, I agree that if it does end up being that kind of flow, there needs to be detailed. In its current state, I think if Aurora was to, if we put it under those rules, I think it definitely needs to have detail of whether not only the airport itself, but I think it was Cody, J-Train and I talking last night about how there's a lot more around the airport itself. This whole project isn't just the airport, it's the region, how this airport fits into the region, how the development will work. Like, there's a lot more going on than just the airport. And I think if you saw Obi's link in forum, they've actually tried to type some of that, not type, but try to write down what they're trying to do with the airport in the region. And I think, like, that's kind of what I feel like we should be looking for, is detail in that sense.
Yeah, I agree. But I also think that, like, this airport, like, I have, like, a couple things that, like, if it were to get special status, that it should, like, there should be. So I am kind of, I'm satisfied with how they detailed payment, because personally, I don't like the idea of them profiting off of a community event. The fact that they've already sorted it out makes it better in my eyes. I don't like it, but it's a point of contention. And I also think that something that should be mandatory is opening all the planning for the airport to the public. Like, I feel like just being able to see what's happening, if it's granted special status, if it's no longer like a private thing, something that has to be approved at a GSM, something like that, people should be able to see what's going on. Because if it deserves that special status, then it's got to be significant to the community.
Given its size, like of this, like these projects, like how big they are, is it worth to ask the question of how involved staff need to be after it's approved?
I think it has been outlined.
We've pasted big airports before. I don't think this one.
I'm not. Well, that's not the issue I'm having here. I'm talking about the depth of the planning, like everything else that goes on. Like there's a lot of people that are involved here. Tensions that can flare. Lots of people, lots of discussion per se. Like it's almost in a way its own MPO of all these people that are planning this airport region stuff.
Aurora is an MPO. It is an MPO essentially. Like it's a bunch of cities in a region that have their mayors in a Discord, like one specific Discord. It's planning something metropolitan. It's an MPO.
I will say though, this is definitely a regional MPO, though seems to be a lot less prone to conflict, and there hasn't really been any main fighting thus far. It's the point of where I think this is actually going quite smoothly for them, and I don't think we'll have to actually do much intervention here, especially as many of these individuals have worked together successfully in the past.
I mean, I don't think it's up to us to kind of judge how effectively people will work together.
Yeah, I don't think
They
that's
work
the point
together.
of
If
they work together well, then they do. If they don't, then we get involved then. But I think we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Mm-hmm. And I think being able to see what's going on is going to help us in that regard.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to. I think partially I'm going off there is from the UC, kind of like the history of UC, where staff had to come in with not really know what's going on. Versus if we try to keep it open, staff will at least know the backlog of everything and have a better knowledge if something was to happen.
They do have a Discord that I've more or less been in, I think, since nearly the inception.
I think we might be jumping the gun. We still haven't. I feel like the first thing we should talk about is whether or not this airport is approved or not, because we haven't talked about the distances at all, which I think is I feel like the first thing you should talk about before even going on about whether or not it will be collaborative, etc. Because I think that's the point of contention that a lot of people have with the airport.
I will say the proposal does actually say that they're not seeking approval. More so, they're just trying to decide whether contributing towns are close enough for the airport project to be allowed.
Well, that's why it was added on the agenda by Gods, because we couldn't decide.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's talk about distance then, and not just with staff, the community, because there is a comment from Elite as well who thinks it's too far. Do people think that the airport is too far? And is it, I'll also pose this in the context of, is it not fair to have it, to have this airport because of that, I guess?
I'm trying to, in terms of with distances, in terms of raw distance, I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, the furthest that we have an airport from its city centre is Marblegate. And I'm just measuring that distance right now.
I'm trying to remember if God's measured. I'm trying to remember the distances of those towns for Aurora.
Though Marblegate, I think Marblegate is Lakeview is technically a part of Marblegate now, so that's technically kind of so it's actually pretty close to its airport.
I think they do average about a distance of 1,000 blocks. Caloro is much less, but outside of that, they're all fairly equidistant to each other.
I mean, in my opinion, it's too long because we're talking about multiple town widths between the town and the airport.
I know, Yoshi, I know you had an opinion kind of similar about which towns would make it easier. Did you want to talk about that? Because I know you mentioned it staff.
Well, the thing is, to me, if I mean, this is not all hypothetical. That I don't. It's definitely not feasible, just simply because of the logistics. If the airport was moved basically closer to the east and basically kind of Carnousties cut out of it, I could understand that. But the problem is Carnoustie is the government airport in the scenario, so that just wouldn't be feasible whatsoever.
Yeah,
As an
it's
east
kinda
toward
like
Scotland?
building.
Yeah, but there's no other governor city that's over there that would allow it to build the airport, so that just isn't feasible. But realistically, that would make more sense.
It's like building an airport for like Bakersfield and Fresno, and then calling it Los Angeles Airport because LA is the closest city. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, for context, staff have only we've got the proposal, we did not measure the areas of the respective towns yet.
There's also a bit of a wrench in the works as well. The reason this even went forward to begin with is because I think back in April or March, Gods did send a message saying it was approved, which is why they even got to this point of planning.
Yeah.
So we are kind of ripping the rug out from under them in the process.
I honestly don't see the problems with this. I think it's, even though the distances are a bit farther than normal, it's an interesting idea to coordinate one region's airport together instead of having a bunch of different airports in one region. And I think the planning has seemed to have gone pretty well for them, so there's no issues on that front.
Some points I want to just make clear. Yes, Gods did approve it, but any staff decision, he made that decision unilaterally, and when it came to the attention of the rest of staff, we decided no, let's rethink this. And we as a staff do have the we do have the right to relook at staff decisions after they've been made. But so I know it's unfortunate for some people like Obi or those that have actually started working on or building things for the airport, but that's the reality of that. The other point I want to make is I've forgotten it. Never mind, I'll come back.
I guess one thing I'll read, because correct me if I'm right, it's about 1,000 blocks from each of the towns, right? Yeah, from each of the towns.
From Carnoustie, a little less from everything else.
Yeah, so that's well over the typical claim that a town would have. And so let's say this airport was built, each of these towns would have access to a lot of land that they wouldn't normally have, because I think it'd be, it's what happens if someone decides to build between the airport and the town?
An outline has already actually been put down for the airport. So actually in Dine Map, you can see where they're building part of the airport. If you find Caloro, so if you go to the Antarctic line and you go a little bit south, you can see the outline of part of the airport to kind of give a relative view of where it is.
Yeah, but that doesn't really.
I don't see how that addresses the concern, though.
I mean, I know lots of people were trying to, as far as the space between each town, the airport itself is basically attached to Caloro. So from the north, I mean, I doubt there will be anything there because
but what about the other three towns?
That's what I was getting to. Is the other areas, yes, that is definitely a problem because there's the huge gap between the southeast from Caloro to Skogheim.
Presumably they're going to be building a lot of infrastructure to connect the town to the airport, so that whole area is just going to be not just the airport but also roads and all sorts.
So
they have already outlined
out what if they don't want to take part in the planning, if someone was to put a town in there they didn't want to take part in the planning.
Then at that point I think it's just trying to use towns as a land grab, to be honest.
So just
that was actually a point that John G made in forum, was how come they couldn't just make small towns to fix that, as Kyle put it, a metropolitan link.
So just to clarify what Mega's saying, are you basically saying that it's like they're reserving all this area for their towns? Because
for the region.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case. Even if it may look like that, I think mostly they just want to build a large airport.
I mean, whether that be the intent or not, it does do that. It does do that as a result either way.
Okay. The point I was going to make before that I forgot, if they do use they are using their allocation for this airport. So that does mean that they do give it up for their own towns. So effectively, we can correct the amount of space that's been allocated there. That might be a different issue, but they aren't getting an advantage here. They're just combining it all together. It's just being placed somewhere else.
Yeah, Carnoustie is donating basically their whole area. Calora hasn't used their center allocation yet.
Well, I'll counter that by saying that, even they won't be able to use their land for airports, but they are effectively will end up having an implicit claim on all the land between the airport and their respective towns.
I'm not arguing that. I think that's a fair point. It's just I just want to make that clear in case people think they're getting more than they should be.
The area between the two towns is about 2,000 blocks between each town and 1,000 from where the airport is to each town.
Mm-hmm.
Except Calora. Calora is pretty close.
Like, if it was just Calora's airport, I would be all in favour.
I will say, Kitty, Captain OB has already basically said that he will be tearing down his existing airport to make use of that space.
So, for comparison's sake, 2,000 seems to be similar to the amount of space between Airchester and Los Angeles, or it seems to be a similar distance also to Zaquar and Fort Yaxier.
Oh Jesus!
But did they combine airport allocations?
No,
I think it's just. I think he's just meaning as a standard comparison.
I will say though that
as in you wouldn't allow these ones. I wouldn't want Zaquar and Fort Yaxier to combine space. They're so far away.
Yeah, no.
I guess I went around the. Sorry, Scully, go ahead.
To be fair, they are pretty close. 2,000 really isn't as much as you'd think, though, especially considering how big the MRT world is.
On the other hand, though, that's a lot of space when our rules have for 300 and 500 blocks.
Yeah, I honestly think this size of the new world should not be a factor in this debate because the new world's bigger. That doesn't mean that the towns have gotten any bigger or the towns are entitled to any more room. No, that just means that there's more space to put an airport, not necessarily that it would be fair to put the airport there.
And also, while we're on the topic of new world size, I guess there's been arguments brought up about realism, and I want to come out and say straight away, I don't think any measurements that you can make in the real world can apply here, because our world is limited to well, yeah. So, some people have brought up that argument, and it just doesn't apply because the MRT is different. We're stuck to a 60-kilometer square.
I mean, 60 buildings in the real world is a small village. Sorry, 100 buildings in the real world is a small village. Here, it's our biggest cities.
I guess another point to think about is at least shared airport-wise. The biggest shared airport would be, I guess, Merville Arcadia, correct?
I believe
ATC.
So.
Oh, ATC. Okay, right. Thanks, Katie. Because, I guess if we compare those for, what Aurora's trying to do, I know Kyle's brought up the fact about in Aurora, they don't really seem together versus ATC, where they're all, mingled together, or Merville Arcadia, where literally the airport is what joins the towns together.
Yeah, once the airport's introduced, there's no empty space. That's generally been the purpose of an airport, to link towns together.
Oh yeah, Echo SSI, right? That's one good another point.
Yeah, SSI.
I guess what classifies Aurora in the sense of all these towns together.
There are transit links though, and there are actual roads and whatnot being planned and constructed between the two. I think even if we wait just a few months, I think it will definitely be increasingly metropolitanized. Is that a word?
Well, it's a lot of land.
There's just so much empty land. Even though they're vaguely close together, and Skogheim and Carnoustie have a rail line going between them, that doesn't demonstrate it. That's saying that like Buffalo and New York City are metropolitanly linked because they have rail going between them. Like they're really far away from each other. Like just because there's like roads and stuff in a region, not all regions can be compared to each other because like the region of Merville Arcadia, those places are so close. Like it's a perfect example of how an airport could be used by a metropolitan area in like what would be a shared municipality. It's like it's one contiguous area, whereas this space just has it has no development in between these towns that are like not even that close together, like just they're on different MRT lines. Like that's how far away they are. So it's just I don't know. I just don't consider them close in the shared municipality sense.
Okay, I know you brought up that quite a bit, like a metropolitan link. I guess in your terms, what defines that? Like if we were to apply, like say that kind of term to these kind of airport proposals, what should we be looking for?
Well, I
I
think the
generally
main,
like. Oh, you go, Mega.
well, the main thing is like, I mean, the biggest thing is distance, because I mean, Merville and Arcadia, I think, is a good example because when they put in the airport, it like linked the town together. You know, they got a road connection going between the two towns. When you look at Dynmap, it's like one contiguous block of development. Whereas in the example that's being proposed by Captain Obi and others, it would be airport and then roads stretching out to the various towns.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's going to be a void between the two. And if the town's built together over that vast distance, then I wouldn't have a problem with this at all. But that distance does put me off.
I would feel better about it like being like a metropolitan area if they took the steps on their document to connect the towns more. If they did that first before we went ahead and approved the airport rather than the other way around, the airport and then the roads and the rail. I just think it would help like to connect the region more if all that was done before we were looking at this.
Yeah, I definitely am in that line of thinking there, Dalt, because that is with my point too about how it integrates with the region. I agree.
And I know that some of the roads are like contingent on like the airport, like that one B road that's supposed to wrap around. So it's fine to like leave that one off. But especially the one, for me, the problem is like they're all connected in some way, but the way that like you would have to get from Carnoustie to Skogheim by road, you'd have to go like so out of the way right now. Whereas like if you just connected those two with the road, it almost kind of like finishes the circle. So especially that
point
road,
out the doc they posted where they actually have the plan for that. I think if they did that plan of the road to connect Carnoustie and Skogheim, that might help with that point.
I would like to see this done, but if we are to basically say too far right now, we should probably come up with a cohesive list of what needs to be done. Like what exactly would change our mind? Like what distances, what road connections? Like do we ask them to build the B44 or something? Because that'll give them something solid to work with, and then when all that's done, they can come back to us with this proposal once again and say, okay, we've done what you've asked. Can we do this now?
It seems like there are two. It seems like there's basically kind of two routes that people seem to be fine with, which is A, either make it very much more transparent and more open to the public, to serve the public as a community project, or B, basically kind of build kind of more towards the area to make a metropolitan area like space. Now, how that will be, what metropolitan area defined as, that's going to be quite difficult, and I think that we'll probably have to try to make some sort of definition for that.
Yeah, by metropolitan area, does that mean like do they propose roads going through it or rail lines, or does it mean a whole new town or maybe a bunch of towns, like new towns? Maybe.
I generally think of it like Mega said, one continuous block of development, which I don't really know if that's even possible with these cities because like regardless of how much you try, like they are so far away.
I don't think the gap's impossible to close. Although I will say with Zeta and I think certainly Epsilon being the way it is, there's definitely usually very big distances between everything.
The thing is, I don't want to shut this air proposal down at all because I think there is a viable chance that it actually could like actually work. But just with the concerns of the distance, I would say either start building. I think for like the towns, I think especially for the farthest ones towards that area, like like expand naturally like that, I think that would definitely help it. But I do want to say that shouldn't give way for like obviously placing in big buildings simply just to work your way there.
I mean, to give an
Which
idea
has
of the gap
happened
size.
previously with Carnoustie, like that one big building that they erased just so that they could get more airport space.
Yeah, and to give an idea of the gap that would have to be filled if they developed, you can fit Dead Bush into that gap.
Oh gosh.
And Dead Bush is huge.
Mojang, don't get any ideas.
I definitely think there needs to be more infrastructure between these towns.
I think
Not
there's
even that, just development. There needs to be
just builds.
You could even make
okay.
You need to do something with the land. Like
Yeah.
that's just me, but like it needs to like have a tie. Like the metropolitan area of each city, in my opinion, should be at least 500 away from each other for it to be a metropolitan area. Like
I don't think that's
otherwise they're
particularly
just
feasible
really
for
far
say.
away.
I mean, that's what we're discussing. Is it feasible or
that's
not?
I think that's a realistic ask, because right now, I mean, it just looks like a bunch of cities that are somewhat vaguely close together. It doesn't look like an actual area. So I think either a lot of connections to make it an explicitly defined region, or another town somewhere in there, and all towns expanding towards the airport to make it feel like more of a cohesive region.
And just to make sure, in this case, this would be like they're not all 500 blocks from each other, but more so that there's no gap of 500 blocks where any of these towns are separated. Like this all forms one cohesive chain, even if they're not all 500 blocks away. Right?
I think
Yeah,
that
if
at
there's
least
development.
for me, yeah, like it doesn't have to be exactly 500 blocks. If there's connections between the towns and it feels like a cohesive group, I just think that right now I'm not getting that.
And just
connections between the towns is not just like infrastructure, like development, like gas stations or something. Like Redwood does a really good way of doing that.
Skyscrapers.
Redwood is massive, but the territory and has different sections like Cupertino, stuff like that. But like it integrates that all by putting stuff in between, putting development in between, making even like a national park, like stuff like that actually helps your area look good, like for like metropolitan areas rather than
another
vaguely
example,
faraway
like,
cities.
Yeah, rural Bahia also does it well. There's like the highways, there's like small little settlements in between, and then there's like rest stops and stuff. So I think it doesn't have to be like big development. It just has to be a little more connected.
So a question. It sounds like we're talking about expanding each of those towns, like basically branching, like making suburbs and rural areas for those towns. Is someone founding a town in that area or a bunch of towns also a way to do this?
Potentially. That has the propensity to be abused, but...
Right.
Yeah.
If it was handled well and we evaluated at a later time when that had happened and decided it was acceptable, then I wouldn't have a problem with that.
I think founding town would be fine, just under the circumstance that it isn't done kind of just as like it isn't basically just, for example, a bunch of like the same building you can copy paste it, or just like, oh, I want a big franchise here just so it takes up space. Like if it's done kind of more in a way, kind of like a natural way, I think that's fine. But I definitely can understand what you mean by it can definitely.
I mean, we already know the intent. Like, if they want to build another town there, we know the intent. It's because they want an airport there eventually.
And it'd be a legitimate way to make a claim in that area. So
true. Yep.
Yeah,
I
there are
could do that.
multiple involved. There, I know Java had said that she was going to found a town. Dinty, I think, has mentioned it. There are people that in this area that will do it.
If someone were to found a town at like about where the A road that they're proposing and the rail line between Carnoustie and Skagheim
sort of surround the area.
Yeah, because it helps, like I said, close the circle.
I've jumped back in because I think my internet's slightly better now. But one aspect that does frustrate me is that we're saying putting the airport in the middle is a bit of a land grab, but then equally on a different note, we're not allowing MRT lines to be built because towns aren't close enough and they're not being built. So it feels almost like two different sides of a coin there.
I don't understand the relevancy. I'm a little confused.
We're saying that town development isn't happening, which is why MRT lines aren't being built. But then we're denying it this proposal because we're saying, well, there's a lot of land there which could be used for something else. But as we've been seeing,
we're not saying it can be used for something else. We're more saying that I think, to reiterate Mega's point, it's more of it would be technically unfair for others that you get to claim so much area when a person can only claim about 500 blocks when this is about 2,000 blocks.
But I don't see that as a problem, given nothing's happened there in the several years that has been part of the map.
I mean, but that doesn't matter whether or not something has been done there or not. The rules state that you get 300 to 500, regardless of where it is.
Yeah, and Elite has raised a good point. He said, if we can't build towns to bypass the 4K rail rule, why should we be able to build towns to fatten up airport allocations?
I definitely agree with Elite's point. I don't think we should really try to rationalize this as a metropolitan area if we're going to approve it or not.
Well, I mean, to be honest, because it's not really a community project, it's a group of specific people working on it. So I'm not really willing to approve or say I approve of this as a community project. I would be more willing to say as a metropolitan group that's working on this.
I mean, on the other hand, you also don't, because we say you need that you could found new towns in that area, but like founding a new town or expanding the existing ones, it's still development. So just expanding the existing towns closer would make this more feasible.
Mm-hmm. And working.
And it would also add to the allocation by expanding. So you may not even need, say, Carnoustie to reach the required amount. So it could just be the other 3 towns. And since Carnoustie's not counted, then the distance to that wouldn't matter.
I'm gonna throw this idea out there. Since if we're not going for that the town has to exist before the airport's there, can we instead make it a condition as part of the project? Like, and not just building the airport, but you have to build, like, we already know that transit connections have, like, roads and stuff have to be built, but there has to be other stuff too. So it's not just an airport in the middle of nowhere, basically.
I think that's what we're getting at, but for me at least, I'd like to see that before the airport is in.
That's fair. Like, we may not approve this project here, but maybe they can refine the proposal later.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or refine and develop further.
From me, I don't really, and I think I disagree with a lot of people here, but I don't see the harm in them doing it because ultimately it's an area of land that hasn't been used at all until now. It's still coming out of their town space allocation, so it's not as if they're profiting off it in that way, in that they can have multiple airports. It's still counting towards the town's airport allocation. They just want to work on a project together. I don't see how that's really harmful to the community.
The distance is a difference here, gods, and it's the question is whether the question is whether the other people think that's unfair to outside of the normal airport rules. And I'm saying that's why I'm suggesting it should be a special project, because that then from that sense it's no longer beholden by those rules. It's now something else, right?
And yeah, I get that. And I know, like, the examples of the metropolitan-based airports we have already is they are very close to the towns. But I don't see approving them at a slightly larger distance as that much of an issue myself, to be honest. If, like, within that region, there's no other towns that aren't consenting. They've sort of got a monopoly on that ring.
Gods, what's your opinion on Mega's point, though, about reserving land? Because I think that's a valid point. Because by doing this, they are essentially preserving all that area between them for whatever else they could build or other stuff. It seems, I can see arguments that seems a bit unfair.
I mean,
my opinion on that. Sorry, go ahead.
If the airport gets built, then that area is going to be claimed no matter what. So I'd rather see them build out from their towns and fill in that area naturally than sort of do it out of order.
I mean, I think in terms of building the towns out, I know some people were mentioning 500 blocks earlier. That's quite a large expectation, I'll be honest.
Well, I mean,
Like, that's adding the size of Segville to Carnoustie.
hasn't stopped anyone else before. I mean, look at Deadbush.
Yeah, I get that.
It'd be a huge effort. I agree.
Not
I just
everyone
don't-
can do what Mojang does on a regular
Like,
basis.
Yeah,
true.
there's no precedence on an airport of this distance, but I don't see an issue with setting a precedence that it would be allowed. Because
Um,
I
John-
mean, I
John-
worry about the potential for abuse.
what's the potential for abuse? How can something like this be abused? Because it's not as if you can do it within a week. Like, you have to have at least one governor town. That takes
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
I'd like to bring up. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I'd like to bring up what John and Jay Train have just said in the chat about having smaller areas around the airport to claim. So if we say adding that clause, so yes, you can build the airport, but there must be provision in place for other people to claim around it. If people don't mind building a town near an airport, they're free to build there.
I have a feeling they don't want that, to be honest with you, but they could.
That might
That
make
also
things-
kind of makes it complicated.
That makes it messy, yeah, because now you have
Mm.
And if there's a border dispute,
Yeah.
or if the airport wants to expand later, if there's a town on the way, yeah.
yeah, and like the amount of space that'll just be consumed by, as London said in the channel, like the amount of space that could end up being consumed if people suddenly decide, oh, we're 2,000 blocks away, we can put an airport between us.
The thing is, I don't disagree with you guys that it makes sense that this town had, this area hasn't developed in however long, and that makes sense. But in accordance with the other rules we've set forth and kind of a precedent that we could set, like Mega said, the distances of concern and the possible land area claimed is of concern. Now, I don't think this airport shouldn't go through in the future at all, but I think we should definitely set a viable path for them to do it later. But at this point, I don't think it would be fair nor fit the rules to allow it.
But
Also, just baseline, it doesn't feel like a region. Like, it still doesn't have that like contiguous development that has been used. And the precedent that it would set would mean that people can just build airports if they have cities vaguely close together, which, yes, it does require a governor city, but sometimes cities are unique.
So, because when I think of a region, I tend to think of the area from Daneberg up to Willira. I'd say that's one pretty much contiguous region, or Southwold, or even Elecna to through to Fort Yaxia. Like, there are several areas, particularly in the older areas of the server, where you can consider them regions where I would be more open to them building the airport together.
Mm-hmm.
But on a personal level, I think one larger airport is preferable to many smaller ones.
I mean,
Yeah, I
it's really
definitely-
personal preference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I'm
don't
of the opinion too. I think it's a cool idea. I'm just trying to think of how to make it to where it's not like balancing everything together.
I don't want to say no to this, but I want to say here is what we want to see before we can say yes to this.
Right.
If we are saying that, I don't think it's a fair expectation for them to build to within 500 blocks of the site, because that is practically doubling, if not tripling, the size of Carnoustie. I'd be more on board with your suggestion of, on the newish document they sent a couple of hours ago, getting the other infrastructure in first. So have the roads, have the rail lines in the area,
Yeah.
then once it's more linked, we could look at an airport.
I
My
would-
This plan
suggestion-
it would be good.
Yeah, I would say just for the people who are building it, the infrastructure for like the roads, other transit is definitely, I think, is definitely we need to lay down. But I think there's definitely putting potential on how much other development would be there. So I mean, I would say if you want to play on the safe side, I would recommend doing both. But
Yeah.
it seems like we're all kind of in contention of whether how much of that development should be, how much of it should be.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so to
go ahead, Dal.
for the rail lines, I think what they're saying on the proposal is that they want the rail lines to just go to the airport and act like a link from each town to the airport. So they're saying they don't want it to build the rail to the middle of nowhere. But
It's commuter airport. It's a commuter rail, right?
yeah, so I'm okay with like the rail coming in afterwards. The main thing would be like the roads and adding just some development. I would be okay with saying yes to the A road and the B889.
I think.
Yeah, I would as well.
I think their safest option is to found a town there, because then they're reserving that space and preventing any potential other towns from being built in that area.
I agree, but I
Alright.
also think the development can be done like Redwood. Like
Yeah.
again, like Redwood does a really good job of it, and it doesn't have like necessarily towns being founded in the middle of really big distances between.
I don't think we should really be dictating the style though, because that's just someone's style. Like some people like to build like that, some people prefer to build more compact.
Yeah. One other
Yeah, but for
idea
such a
is
large
maybe
territory. It has to be
instead of expanding Carnoustie all the way, because Carnoustie's the furthest town in this
Mhm.
group, one idea might be to expand the other 3 towns enough so that you don't need Carnoustie's airport allocation.
No, they need Carnoustie because it's the governor town of the region.
Well, if you
Carnoustie's
expand the
big
other towns
player.
enough, you can get governor with those.
It's a catch. It's really hard. Yeah.
But I think it'd be honestly, I think we actually left 2 options on the table essentially, where they can found a town there in this, like, if they want to get to kind of make it more natural, or they can expand out. Either way, I think both options seem.
I think they should both.
Feasible?
I think we should say both, actually, not one or the other. Just say both.
Both as in build it out and infrastructure.
Build a town and then connect to it. Yeah.
But on that
Okay.
front, and this kind of leads into the second half, which is a part I put onto this topic. How close would we want them to the central points? Because I think 500 has been mentioned, but equally then a different policy of ours is that from now on we're going to be building MRT stations at 700 block intervals.
We did. I think
I mean-
we like. I think Mega brought up earlier. I think the 300, 500 kind of using that as kind of a reference point. I think it's a good idea, but it is kind of complicated. I think with depending on, of course, which town you choose, whatever. So I think it'd be hard to set a hard number, but I think 300, 500 is a generally good number that we have.
And also something to consider is how big the airport is, because it's going to be many hundreds of blocks. So the actual distance is going to be like less.
Mhm.
So the airport itself, because we measure from the edge of the airport to the edge of the city.
Yeah, for Carnoustie though, because it's going through the forest and it's staying on the east of the road, it would be 1,200
It would,
blocks.
yeah, that's the main concern, but the others
So-
should be fine.
To respond to Captain Roby in meeting agenda, when you said consider the community project, we discussed that earlier, and I think I remember it was either Dalt or Meg or Kyle who said this point, which was it seems less like a community project and more just a certain group of people who want to build an airport together, and that's not really a community project. That's just I think a group of towns want to work together, which is more like an MPO situation. I forget what was it. Kyle
That
who
was
said
me. That was
Dalt?
me.
But yeah, I guess Dalt, you want to reiterate because I think we might have missed it.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. I just think that like if it were an open, but they said they don't want it to be open to more people for like arguments and style disputes, and that's totally fair. But then, given that, I would say that I don't think that this is a community project. Then it's a regional project.
It's a transport project.
So I would want to be considering it. Yeah, I'd want to be considering it as a regional transport project, not as a community project.
I still think even then you need to open it up to the public because it's a big. Because actually like a lot of people care about it or seem to care about it. Like I care about how it goes. Elite cares about how it goes.
I would disagree at this point. Like if we're going to allow these other people want to build their airports in their own region, I don't think it's not like MRT land or anything like in Central City. It is specific to those towns. I don't know if it's really realistic to open it up.
I'm not
to
saying
everyone.
builders. I'm saying like open the Discord open or like
that's what
at
you
least the parts of the airport so that people can see what you're doing.
The planning part. Okay, I see what you mean.
That is what they're saying. They're saying they can have it open to see the planning, but I still don't think that makes it a community project if it's community watching you do a project.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's just sort of like if it's clearly an issue, an issue that a lot of people in the community care about because a lot of people in the community have a lot of opinions, including me and including people who've left comments on the agenda and are talking in meeting live. So if it's a point of contention in the community, it should be publicly available, in my opinion, especially if it's getting special status.
It's a point of contention because it's the first of its kind, I think. Like it's not been done before. At the very least, there has to be staff oversight, of course. So we'll be, I think there was some discussion before the meeting, like maybe appointing someone to look it over, kind of like what AP does for MPOs, maybe like just have.
That's what I was asking about staff involvement, like how much staff should be involved with these things, because no doubt, as you mentioned earlier, if this does end up happening, there's going to be other people that do it too.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
We are kind of going to close here.
Because I think we were close to making a decision earlier. Can we say that we want the road and we want an additional town, or have we moved past that? But I thought we were close.
I think
that's what I've noted. Yeah.
Are we agreed with that? Like we want there should be a town established there, and it should be connected to the other towns in the region, road or rail,
including Carnoustie.
So sort of more to connect up Carnoustie and Calero City. That gap there.
That'd be the main one.
Well, Obi, I think to clarify, Obi, I think what we were referring to earlier, we're not necessarily talking about rank. We're talking about kind of connectiveness, especially because the distance, I think, as you know, is kind of the concern by many people.
Yeah, it has to reach a level of development that. The thing
John
is,
the B road doesn't matter. It needs to be development, not a B road.
It has to be an actual claim.
Yeah. I know Java wanted to propose the A road soon, so definitely get on that, and I think that'll definitely help the case.
And apparently the B889 is approved. It's just not built yet. So I would like to see that built.
Build your damn road, Java.
Do we want to approve also the A84 so they can also start after that when they'd like to?
I would be fine with that.
Which is the A84?
Is that in this?
The blue on the new dock? It's the light blue line.
Are we saying to put this at its own topic and approve it, or like just?
I would just say just approve it here. Honestly, at this point.
Yeah.
I know some you said you didn't want to build anything to nowhere, and that's fine. Like the thing is, you don't. If you build the B 89, I think that is decent enough. You don't have to build the 84 now, but we're saying it would help because I know I think it was Job or someone who had a concern like it's building to the middle of nowhere, which I guess is a valid concern. So if you want to just build the B 89, I think that would also be enough on the road side. That is.
The 889 they already have approval for, so they can already get that built.
But essentially, just kind of summarizing, the main concern was kind of the connectivity between the area. Therefore, the construction of like a new town or branching off from other towns to kind of make it not so much of a kind of, in a way, a land grab unintentionally would definitely aid in approving it next GSM or the future GSM.
John G, it's not about how big the town is. It's about how well it connects the region.
If you really want to have like a number like on it, I would recommend basically if you can't claim anything within the 300, 500 radius and like it's basically blocked out, that's when you know you're like for sure good. Because that's the main concern that I think Mega brought up and Dahl brought up, which was you don't want to overclaim the area. So if you can basically make sure the town, there's basically no way anyone else can claim anything in there without getting permission, then you should be good.
Jeff has a question. Okay. Since Obi and Star originally proposed B889, am I allowed to work on it? Is that relevant here?
Well, it's the road of the
that would be like just the proposal of the road giving you permission to help build it, like any normal road.
Okay.
The other point I want to get back to was, are we going to go ahead and prove the A84 that they have on their map?
The only
I've heard a lot
thing there
about
is that
Sounds fine.
technically that will be submitted after the deadline, so it's whether we can allow it on that
That's
front.
that's why I'm asking.
Needin, to answer your question, I don't think we want the town where the airport is. We want the town like in the region. Like if you look at the map, I think people were saying like kind of between Carnoustie and Caloro. So maybe like somewhere like 2 MRT stations north of Carnoustie.
And it would be easier to do that with Vicky's extension.
Let's either that or along their B88 that they already have built between Caloro and Carnoustie.
Yeah, but I
No,
think they're saying that road is being
Stockheim is
demolished and
closer than
replaced by the
Carnoustie.
airport. So that's what their concern is. They don't want to. Yeah.
Carnoustie is the furthest
Oh,
away,
I
John
see.
G, at 1,200 blocks. Stockheim is closer.
Yeah, so 84. We didn't ever get a final guess on that. Do we want?
I would personally, in this special case, would be fine with approving it.
I think
Okay.
if we don't, it's going to might make it more difficult for them to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's. I think, like, to be fair to them, it is a lot. Like, in a way, we are asking. So I think because I don't think that we should just like deny and never allow this. I'm saying I think we should definitely let a path forward, and I think approving this kind of out of approving this out of standard, I think would be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, so if we're approving the A84, I would like to know who's going to be the primary builder on that, not just for staff docs, but like who to hold.
I think
it.
Java. Yeah, Java.
Good job.
Java's doing
Okay,
most of the road stuff
great.
in Aurora.
Yeah, and I've seen her road, so looks good.
I'm going to be honest, I've
Okay,
lost this where we're going.
Are we
There's an
good?
image.
Are we good?
There's
Yep,
an image.
I will note that down too. 84.
Obi's asked a question. He's sent an image.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you wanted to move it like a little northwest.
The general location of those are good. And we want to make clear we don't want these houses spacey in a way kind of be purposely big buildings to take up space or big copy and paste franchises to take up space. We will note that if it does, but I trust you guys to
basically make a town that makes sense that it would be near an airport. So obviously no high rises or something like that. That's yeah.
Tourist town, yeah, it's suburban town. Either is
Yeah.
a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once you do those things, I think the airport would be good to go.
Yeah. I think I think the plan you have is good. The airport design I think is good as well. It's just if you clear the hurdles, we'd be more than happy to approve it.
Okay.
And should we just assign Vulpicula to oversee it since he's already in the Discord?
Sure, I might not be the most objective person here because I do have some
Oh,
interest in seeing this completed, but I will try my best.
Yeah, no,
Obi,
that's a fair point. We should choose someone else to look it over.
Mhm.
I mean, as MPO liaison, I think this will fall under my remit.
It is part of an MPO,
Yeah, that
so
sounds good.
yeah, I think I would agree with that. Okay, AP.
So,
Yep. And I'm in their Discord now, so
I think other staff will probably periodically check on it anyway, so I think it should be good. I think we will realize if there's a large airport that accidentally is pasted there. I think we should be good.
Okay, Kitty's asking for a summary. There's no more other things we need to talk about? Because I'm just going to summarize, hopefully.
I would like just to have a list of what we do have to present to Obi. Like, okay, here's what you need to do before we will consider this.
Well, that is what the summary is.
I've tried to bold what we put on the minutes.
Okay, let me read the minutes.
So my understanding, yeah.
Oh, do you want to do
the
that?
B
Megan?
road and the town.
I
and
guess.
then it's- right.
I guess. Yeah. So build a town at the location, and then build more infrastructure such as roads, other transit, so that the area is more developed and more contiguous.
The A84 is approved.
Yes.
Yeah, A84 is approved.
As far as Aurora goes, they have to resubmit, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the only reason I would say we can't do conditional approval is just because we're going to review basically make sure just to be fair, we just want to make sure the town isn't just like big buildings there to take up land and stuff like
And
that.
also
To make
we need to check the sizes and
And to be clear, this is not a community project, but it is a transport project that does require, or it's been asked that there has been some oversight, either from staff in the community. So the Discord should be public so that people who may not be involved in this project can at least see what's going on.
Yeah, can you post the link in auxiliary? Actually, that would be great.
Good infrastructure. Basically, okay. If it's like, honestly, I think that like almost everything counts. Just like, obviously, don't like. I would like 5 General Motors here to be pasted. Like, obviously, not that. Like, I think essentially, if you build a town as you would build any other town, you should be fine. Just don't basically go for, oh, I just want a bunch of big copy paste of franchises so I can take up space quickly.
I mean, if they build a town that was just farms, that would kind of make sense, actually.
The thing is, it could just be farms, and that would be and that makes sense. I think to extent, because if it's only farms, well, at least have a few buildings. But I think, yeah, just
I like farm towns.
yeah, farm towns are nice.
Like Triple Sheep's Head.
And they fit well with airports, so yeah.
Yeah, Sheep's Head. Yeah.
All right. Next topic.
Okay, I do want to ask.
Oh wait, Ganji is opposed to sharing the Discord link, which I disagree.
I'm okay with that because we're not seeing it as a community project; it's a transport project.
Yeah, if it's not a community project, yeah,
I'm okay with them keeping it for themselves if we're approving it as just a transport region project.
That's fine.
Well, that's not what
The
Kyle
only person
asked,
that has to be there is AP.
Well, that's not.
I
what
would just
Kyle...
rather have people be able to read it,
and
see what's going on, because people have opinions on it.
I think it is.
Well, they can read this proposal and they can read the next proposal once it's submitted.
Yeah,
because we're not conditionally approving it. They will have to resubmit, so they will have to submit another proposal.
That is true.
Yeah,
I have it public while they're actually building it.
Okay, well,
I think I agree with Joel just simply because since it's not a community project, it's technically a private affair. I think it is fine for them to keep it private.
So in terms of oversight, then staff will have oversight on this.
Okay.
If they screw up, then staff will, well, we'll involve ourselves. So. Okay. We lost. Vicky went to bed. So I don't know if I want to ask you guys, staff, if you want to take a break now because we didn't, since there was no private, and this was a long topic.
I'm fine. I'm gonna be honest. To be fair, I did show up. I did just wake up like an hour ago, but
this CSM is probably going to take like 4 hours, so like a break might be more warranted midway.
Maybe after the mod noms.
Okay, sure. All right, let's move on.
Are we going to that right now?
Yes, we're jumping back to section 4. Okay, so okay, how am I going to do this? I have the ballot here. I'm going to put in the names into random.org because that's when I'll call your name. Oh, and yeah, just be clear, we're talking about the first moderator candidate up for discussion is Echo Hugh. And so we're going to do the vote first, and then we'll discuss, and then if people want to change their minds, then they can afterward. Right?
I'm not missing anybody on the list, am I?
Well, there's also
any absentee ballots?
Yeah, I'll do that at the. Well, I guess Volpol. Let me know.
Yeah, I've got those.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just the names of people. I can add them on the minutes.
Yep.
Oh, you mean who have submitted absentee ballots?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just call the name, and if it's an absentee ballot, then. Actually, Volp, can you tell me who submitted absentees? Just make sure I don't miss them. Like just
Kyle, Sinra, and Godzilla Train.
Ignore me because I'm here.
Sinra, yeah, we're missing Sin. Okay, there we go. All right.
Yeah, just Sinra.
Yeah, just count hers.
Yeah,
right.
Chief didn't submit an absentee ballot. He made the damn thing, but didn't submit one.
Interesting.
GG, Chief.
Okay, here we go. I'm first in the list. I didn't read it. So I'm clear. So I'm voting neutral. AP?
I'm voting for.
Yeah, Gods?
4.
Cece?
4.
Vicky? Oh,
Vicky's not here, remember?
But did she submit
an absentee ballot?
Did she submit an absentee?
No, she didn't submit an absentee ballot. I asked her to, but she didn't.
Is it because she is it? She's.
I think she was just super tired, so she left.
Okay. Okay. So what is Sinra's absentee ballot?
Yes.
Okay. Skelly?
Neutral.
Mega?
4.
Yoshi?
4.
Kyle?
In favor.
Dolt?
4.
Volp?
4.
Dungeons?
4.
Forgot Volpe.
Okay. That is... That's a majority right there. Do you want to discuss the 4s, even just... Or...
Yeah, actually, yeah, I will. So I know there were some concerns that were brought up in the nomination general, I think, about the previous, about obviously, the previous session asking for mod noms, which I think we can all agree that shouldn't happen. But I think Echo, especially after he learned, I think, more details, talking with the individuals involved, he did seem genuinely remorseful for it and did apologize to the general community and to the people involved. Additionally, the comments that were brought up about his actions in the other Discord, I forget, I think it was with Fishy Crispy, which while I do agree that that is of concern, he did, I think his apology also was sufficient. But I think it was making me go towards the center, but I don't think it was enough to push me towards a neutral vote.
Yeah.
Vicky just submitted
Vicky
a ballot.
just says she submitted it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. What is Vicky's vote?
Hold on. 4.
Okay.
That's
All
10
right.
of 12.
And just to explain, I did say in the channel, I'm voting neutral because, just in principle, because of the infraction, I won't be voting for. So I decided to let everyone else vote, and that's the result. So,
Geez, that is probably the...
Go on my side. So I've honestly been very ambivalent on whether to vote for or neutral. And on the 4 side, I think he's taken the motion in stride, and he hasn't really done anything wrong. But on the neutral side, the thing with Fishy Crispy concerned me a lot. But I think Yoshi's explanation, but I think Yoshi has some good reasoning for his 4 votes, that he seemed to be, that his apology was pretty good about it, and it was almost a year ago, so is it possible that I can switch from neutral to 4?
you can certainly do that.
Yeah. That's
We'll
how
change that
these
now.
worked in past.
Yeah, make
that is a very strong majority.
me feel alone. All right, okay. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, I can vote no if you want.
I will be honest, I was on the fence a little bit, hence my hesitation. But I think ultimately, considering his past experiences on the staff team as well, I think I can forgive him. So
Okay.
I'll be completely honest, in the sake of his channel, I felt like the evidence on the sake of elites wasn't really the best. However, just from knowing, I've already talked to Kyle about kind of how that and my opinions on that. And however, just knowing Echo, and since the issues of Modgate and everything, I think Echo has made it a strive to be better, even with the sake of his apology. And he's trying to make sure he's trying to keep an open mind, and even in the channels, he handled every issue very well, and that's kind of why I stuck with the 4 vote.
I would like to say, in nominations, please stick to the criteria on the website, because it doesn't provide staff with a good look of a person. Because Echo's an exception, obviously. Everyone on the staff team knows Echo and his abilities, but if we don't know someone and they might be really good, but the evidence is they built a road or something like that, we can't make a decision and might abstain from voting a really good person into staff.
Yeah, I will be honest, it wasn't for the external context and past experiences. The evidence alone would have not swayed me to a 4.
Yeah, I think this is not just for Echoes, but kind of for all the nominations, including the ones we'll get to in a moment. We do need more stronger evidence, as in I think in the next ones, providing chat logs I think is great, and I think it definitely does help a lot.
Yeah.
But you want to make sure that those chat logs are also relevant and have merit to them.
Yeah, some of the evidence, I think for some people they said why they were submitting so much chat logs. They were trying to include everything and anything, which might
muddy the waters.
It makes actually your endorsement less strong. because then we have we have to look through all of that stuff too. So
Yeah,
Some of the stuff is,
ideally
like,
you'll include a
not
few but really strong pieces of evidence and just filter out whatever's not as strong or mediocre.
Well, should I run the promotion command?
I say we ban him instead.
throw the switch, Mega.
Do it, Echo.
So congrats, Echo.
Welcome back.
I'll just remind you also, Echo, because our policy is you can't discuss anything you can't discuss anything as part of us for the rest of the topics. So I'll ask you to stay quiet, unless you want to have an opinion in the meeting live channel, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, I'll set up your all that stuff for mod again after the meeting. Okay, shall we move on to MMC protocol, the second candidate?
Let me get their Echo's Discord stuff set up done.
Okay, I'm pushing the random button again. All right, here we go. First up, Skelly.
Against.
Volp.
I'm sorry, Protocol. Against.
Kyle.
Against.
Ungens. Ungens?
I was muted. Most on the phone spoke against.
Okay. CC.
Neutral.
Dalt.
Against.
Mega.
Against.
Vicky.
Against.
Sinra's vote.
Neutral.
I'm voting neutral. Gods.
Against.
AP.
Neutral.
And Yoshi. You're last again.
Against.
Okay.
Against.
Well,
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
I started the last one, so I guess I can start this one too. So for me, the evidence provided was not substantial by a lot of means, to be completely transparent. I think I'm left to comment in there. And this is, to be clear, this is no means by any measure of whether or not he's a good person or anything like that. Just simply put, there was not enough evidence to really sway me out of an against vote, especially how some of the evidence, kind of like Kitty pointed out in the channel, worked against him in sometimes.
I agree. The one that really got me was when he says, sometimes you guys do dumb shit and don't even realize it, which, like, sometimes that's true, but a moderator would have to, like, go about that in a different way, and it's not exactly becoming. And also, that was in his nomination, which is, like, I don't know why that wasn't included in his nomination in the first place, because it's, like, pretty borderline backseat moderating.
So this is my opinion, and it goes on two fronts. Firstly, hold a pretty strong opinion that I think people should be very mindful that this community has a lot of younger members. That doesn't mean that they're immune from any sort of consequences from their action, but I think people should be both members and especially staff should be mindful of that. And so being harsh like that is not really something we want. But on the second part, the Rocco incident, that was I knew it happened at the time, but I didn't know until now that was what exactly he said to Rocco, and that was extremely uncalled for, and for him to go into Rocco's DMs like that and just say that he needs to grow up like that unsolicited.
Yeah.
I could understand that I could understand that if he was arguing with him for some time, but it seemed that Protocol hadn't really talked to Rocco at all, and that's just straight up harassment in my opinion, and definitely not something I want to see from any member in general.
I did after that incident, I was the one who did talk to Protocol about it and told him that that wasn't okay, particularly because he also did it on, the Wolfhaven server. So the Wolfhaven the admins were notifying me about it. But yeah, no. He did apologize, and he did say that he realized what he did wrong, but it is concerning. Well, that's one of the reasons why I definitely didn't vote for. Other people who voted neutral, I'm kind of curious. I'll say my reason, I guess, but I'm curious why you voted neutral on this one.
I'll be honest, I wasn't particularly swayed. I wasn't particularly swayed towards approval by the evidence given. I mean, my personal interactions with protocol have been very positive on the server.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's a lot of evidence, but I don't think it's good enough to sway me towards the promotion side.
Yes.
And of all the things which have been brought up here as well, I'm not going to sway my vote, but it's provided something to think about.
I think I'm pretty much in the same boat, AP. Like, I've generally had positive interactions with protocol. I think his intent is good, but again, control, like letting his emotions go in that incident there. I think that's something he needs to work on.
Yeah, I agree. That was for me too. I mean, even for me with Protocol Mumble, Protocol's admitted like sometimes his words are not the best, and he, even to me, said like he's trying to work on it. And I think I agree. His intent is there. Like, he is generally a good person. I definitely agree. Like, he needs to work on how he gets his message across.
Yeah. One other thing. Oh, sorry, CZ. Do you have anything else to add?
No, that was it.
Okay, Dult. I think you were mentioning this. You're mentioning why that piece of evidence was included in the nomination when it actually worked against him. One explanation I might.
That was me.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Oh, who was it? Sorry.
That was me, Kyle.
Oh, sorry, Kyle. Sorry. Your voices are very similar. Sorry.
No, don't worry, I get it.
One explanation. I don't know if this is again. This is me speculating. People's definition of what is backseat monitoring is actually quite different. You're going to see some variation. So probably the person who made that, added that to nomination, probably didn't think it was backseat monitor. So maybe something to consider if we see other nominations later on that might include that. So
I generally think of it as being disrespectful while reprimanding someone is a big indicator of it.
Yeah, but
because
you
have to go about it the right way.
Yeah, but for some others I've run into, they think it's an example of strong, enforcement of the rules, kind of like that they're okay with it. So yeah. Okay. Any other comments about protocol?
Cinera had the following to say, and I said my own. Cinera wrote for protocol, while I think there's definitely potential, I don't want my bias from being a friend to cloud my judgment, and I don't think there's enough evidence to promote. And with myself, I do think there is a lot of evidence with protocol. Johnson again. I see a lot of potential in him, and there is probably a reason why he even got nominated to begin with, and he was actually somebody I was considering nominating for a while, although I didn't know of the whole Rocco incident very well, which I think if I had would have definitely maybe made me not do that. And despite what's brought up, I would like to see him potentially get considered again sometime in the future. I do think he's absolutely reflective of what he did. Like, he knows he screwed up. And I think there is good personality traits in there and a desire to improve, which don't make me write off him as a potential future candidate.
It's just that now is not the time.
Yeah, I agree.
I would absolutely be in favor of him coming up as a somebody to review in a few months when this is further behind us and he's got hopefully stronger evidence in his favor.
On a more broader note, unless anyone else has any other comments about it.
All I have to say is I think that it's a good sign that he's reflective of his behavior, and I would echo that it's just kind of too soon after some of these incidents, I think, to really show growth. And this is part of why, like some other candidates, I really think that it's important before you nominate people to take some time to let them show growth and let them improve in the areas that why we're saying no on before nominating again. So like in a few months, I think protocol would be good to be considered again.
Yeah. On a broader note, in regards to setting in nominations, to reiterate, please submit more. I would say please submit more kind of detailed nominations and nominations that kind of are more cohesive in a way, simply because I think we'd rather prefer 1 or 2 solid nominations than 10 very weaker nominations.
Yeah.
By any standard. So if you if the people we're nominating, that would be basically kind of better. That would be great.
I'm just gonna cut the fat here. I7D, if you would should just send one really strong nomination, because you actually outright. He told me that he did spend most of his time on the protocol one, which left the others ones for Cody and oh balls, I forget the other name. Comparably weak. If he did just focused all his time on one nomination and then sent in maybe Cody next month, I think it would have been a lot better.
Like, for example, Circle's pointless nomination, I would not vote for on it just from this nomination. It's like 3 examples of
Oh, it was Wipeout, sorry.
saying let's calm down.
All right. Okay, I think we're done here.
Yeah.
All right. Do you guys want to take a break now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
How long?
break for 5 minutes. Yeah, let's do 5 minutes.
Yeah, 4.
Probably 5.
Reconvene at 10 to the hour.
Yeah.
God, there's only 4 minutes, harsh.
Not enough time to boil kettle.
Well, we do have a long meeting. And as I'm reading in chat, some people are getting bored because. But I have to remember, we're not here for your entertainment, guys. So if you think it's boring, I'm sorry.
We've had worse.
Yeah, I'm doing surprisingly well. Like I'm still having an issue. Like I don't know when to speak, or so I often end up just saying something and then going quiet again, which is probably why you hear lots of ums and ahs at random.
I will say though, later on in the meeting when the trustee meeting notes come up, I will be saying that in a very boring monotone voice. So
well, I can read them. I can do lots of cool voices. Like
no, I want to I want to read it boringly because that's what they deserve.
Shall we come back at 5 to the hour then? Because let's go.
Do you need more time, guys, or?
Please, yeah.
Okay.
You did say
okay,
that
it's
4 minutes is not
it's
enough
now
time
a
to boil
8-minute or 9-minute break because.
Okay.
Thank you.
And break.
Okay.
Wipeout. If I do that, I won't be able to speak for a week.
I think this is...
I have other things to do. Kitty, if you want to air a PS, just an unmoving picture of me for 3 minutes, I'll definitely appreciate it. I may or may have not snuck off to grab tea and snacks during the 6A discussion, so I'm kind of fine.
Yeah, actually, looking at these topics are going to... Some of them we're going to probably discuss for a while, so...
Oh,
yeah.
Some of them do look definitely worthy. Addition of the debug stick could be a bit of a thing. But
the warning system review, well, it's mainly for us trying to get opinions from everyone, so that's going to take some time.
Question.
Yep.
If we do with the warning system review, doesn't that also kind of fly in the face the whole you reserve the right to ban people at any time?
I did bring this up, but this is more of adding. That's not the proposal right now. This is the proposal is more just getting a sense of what people think of the warning system right now. There'll probably be an actual revamp later in a future GSM. That one will probably involve increasing the granularity of the warning. So instead of 3 warnings, we're looking at 5, and also integrating verbal warnings into there because
I see.
Yeah. So yeah, it's separate. Like I'll still I still reserve the right, but you know, it'll make it.
I will say there has been times where I've sort of gone, okay, I wish we had like a 1 month temp ban instead of the options being 1 week or permanent.
Yeah, that's the sort of like, or it's not like instead of 1 month warnings, maybe be like 2 week warnings per each level, something like that.
Yeah, so like a verbal warning would just be like a 1 week or something.
2 week thing, yeah.
Or it'll be the first level, and then it'll just be the difference is at least it'll be recorded and publicized, and all staff and community will know about it. So that's the important thing because we had some difficulties with verbal warnings before.
I think this should be a good thing. Like, yeah, having more options on what sort of punishments to yeet out of the public would be a pretty powerful tool. That means we instead of having to pick between going harsher or going laxer, we can get something a lot more accurate.
And Skelly's topic about private messages without consent, I hope there's not. I think it's pretty straightforward, but we'll see. Like,
I think it is.
yeah.
Honestly, I might have a wrench to throw in the works, the New World Dynmap render, but then again, I suppose it's more of an after thing.
Well,
I think Skelly writ fine.
Well, I have a counter wrench for that.
there are other options being considered. Yeah.
How can you counter my wrench if you don't even know what it is yet?
Mega is a
Spoilers.
crazy computer.
Mega's building,
Yeah,
Mega's building a dispenser here.
What are the crazy people?
Erecting a dispenser.
I mean, my idea was basically like, okay, once we get the render in, what if we were to potentially re-enable night mode, you see, and just have localized night mode renders? Wink, wink.
Oh, my idea was basically render the Dynmap on my computer because of how powerful it is.
From my knowledge of how Dynmap works, it will give you files which you can then just put on the main server, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do tests if we go that route.
Theoretically, but I haven't tried it. I'm not sure if it'll work. Like, it's very possible Mega could generate the files and we copy them over, and then Diamond just like, nope, I don't like what this is. So we'll see.
Knowing how technology works, knowing how the server's history tends to be, I'm willing to place about $5 on that actually happening.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it will work, assuming Diamond doesn't have put in some weird code that prevents it from happening, but we'll see.
It's Dynmap, it probably does.
Actually, Mega, I was wondering, is your computer stronger than mine? Because I've been thinking maybe I could do it too.
It's a 3900X, so it's a 12 core.
Does multi-core matter? I don't know if it does as much. Yeah.
Maybe. Well, the single core is also pretty good. What's your computer from, Paul?
It's a 7700K. So I don't remember the clock speed. Yeah.
I think mine might be slightly fun. In any case, whatever happens will be like not on the main server.
Okay.
But we can talk about that later.
Yes.
I mean, I have an old Windows XP in my closet. I could totally run it on that.
It'll take 5 years for that render to finish. Gulp.
Render on Kev's dual-core laptop that needed to be undervolted so it didn't burn.
Actually, Kev,
where the CPU bottles his internet.
I haven't seen Kev in a while. Actually, he's
yeah.
I'm being pinged. Who's pinging me?
Chief says at Frumple, but what about M1 Max? No, I'm not going to try and run that on ARM.
Right. When are we restarting?
2 minutes, because God's requested 5 additional minutes.
We could have like a Tuvan throat singing competition in the meantime.
Oh, please, no.
Oh, I can't do it for more than 2 seconds.
We do need to start setting challenges during these breaks. So, like, just give people a prompt and they have however long the break lasts to draw that prompt in Microsoft Paint, and then we can vote on them.
Honestly, that's a wonderful idea.
You want to play Jackbox in the middle of the break? Okay, all right.
Yeah, most of it's like we do shitty MS Paint drawings. Like, yes, you have to draw Frumple sitting on a golden toilet. Go.
Frumple driving the fastest race car in the world. Go.
I don't drive.
Is this like one round of bootleg telephone?
No, it's just everybody draws it once, we vote on it, and just laugh at everything.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's like you've got a very short amount of time, so they're going to be bad by definition.
Yeah, you've got like under a minute to get those in, so come on, hurry.
I was just thinking about this, but I was going to say, hey Java, you got to update a map for A84 that way we can put that on like the website whenever I do propaganda.
We might actually get those.
Is Java here?
Yeah, Java's on the call.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine, Java. I don't expect to have it up by tonight anyway.
Okay, are we ready to go? Are we okay to continue this adventure.
Omega, not leg. Not that book.
Hello, are we good? Can we?
Hello.
We're done the break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready.
Okay, 5A.
Mega, how about this? Mega, do you want to just describe what you've been seeing, and then I'll pop in, I guess.
Yeah, sure. So basically, I've had some concerns over the past while about how we've been using warnings and whatnot in general. Main examples to point to are Nomads and Warski, and also Supicon as well. But Frumple's already said indefinite bans are on the table, so that's settled. But the main thing I wanted to raise is in the past, before 2020, we typically only went up to a double warning as a maximum punishment for any one time when it came to general disruptions. So, for example, Nomads in politics, that's what I'd consider a general disruption, because there's obviously extreme cases where, there's been one case where someone came on the server, they were a friend of a member, and they basically just came on here to stalk them, and we just immediately banned that person even though they're a member. So that's not what those sorts of cases are extreme, and no, I don't think anyone has any issue with them. I'm more talking about like general discipline on the server and how we handle that.
Yeah. And
some people think that how we handled the Nomads and Warski thing was a bit too extreme, especially since we haven't jumped or handed out 3 warnings at once before.
Yeah.
And part of the reason that we did hand out 3 warnings was, well, first, we didn't hand out warnings when each of the separate incidents occurred, because there were at least 3 times when those players were being disruptive, and were the staff more decisive in their actions, maybe warnings should have been handed out there and then they would have just accumulated as normal. But since we weren't decisive, we were late, and all the warnings hit them at once, which was unprecedented and we hadn't done before.
Yeah.
So part of this review, or the purpose of this review, is first to see, was the perception that the double warning was sort of the limit for general use a thing? And also to see, should we overhaul the warning system and try to mitigate some of these issues? Like, I've suggested making the warning system more granular. So instead of 1 month per warning, maybe make it 2 weeks, and make the first warning not have any downsides, so that staff are more likely to hand them out. There's another thing I've noticed in my time as staff is usually something will be raised in the staff channel, and the mod who's raising the issue there'll usually be some kind of debate about whether, say, should we give them a warning, should we not, that sort of thing. And crossing between 1 month of not being able to rank up and essentially nothing, just being told off, there's enough of a gap there.
Yeah.
But also the other reason why the warning system, I reckon we should improve it, is because I know I had a long conversation with Frumple about this, and his philosophy is to make sure that each instance of disruption is counted for properly.
As much as
in the case of
as much as possible. Sometimes we can't do it because for some whatever reason.
But in general,
sorry, carry on.
Yeah, and so having a more granular system means it's easier to do that, because right now, like, we saw how three warnings stacks up pretty fast. Like, that goes straight to a temp ban, and then you've got an indefinite ban hanging over you.
Yeah.
So maybe a more granular system will give us more flexibility there.
Yeah.
So Someone's asking what I'm actually proposing. We're just having a discussion right now. There's no
We're just talking.
There's no formal proposal for what we're actually going to do to the warning system. We're just having a discussion about what people like about it, what people don't like, and going from there.
Yeah, we're discussing what our plan is, and to be clear, there are two different issues here. The revamp of the warning system to be more granular, I'm totally in favor of that. I think it just needs to be. It's not been proposed yet. I think it'll come at a future GSM, and my main concern with it is, like, it'll give a lot of benefits, as Mega has mentioned. It does require us to define be very specific of what each warning level is, and considering how many different rule infractions and rule violations are possible on the server, that might take a while, or it might take a lot of debate. So there's that. But the main thing what this topic's about is before we get to that, I'm kind of curious of what people think. What was their impression of what? Like, did they think that the double warning, was there a limit or not? And to counter what some of Mega said, and we discussed this, like, my philosophy for the server is staff, like, from most important rule number 3, staff do have the right to take appropriate action based on whatever it is. It doesn't say anything like it can be a warning, it could be a double warning, it could be a temp ban, it could be an indefinite ban. And it sounds like to me that maybe that philosophy hasn't been communicated properly, or people have been assuming that there've been a double warning limit, and that's not my intent. So I'm kind of curious if this is actually a thing, right? So
speaking personally, when I was a member, and also even as a mod, I've never been under the impression that there was any form of limit, because I mean, there was a case of Squidgy Likes where he'd gone from 0 warnings to pretty much just an indefinite ban, seemingly without any background information, which I think should have very much solidified that such an action can happen if the cause is egregious enough.
Also, one other thing on
I think.
Oh, go ahead, Mega.
I want to be clear, because I think everyone understands that it can happen after we've done it.
Yeah. But
I'm more referring to before we started handing out these punishments. Were you under that impression?
The one thing I'll also add is the reason I'm not the double warning limit bothers me a little bit, because it sort of implies that if someone does a whole bunch of bad things, but because of some technicality or because of delay, like what happened here, they can only get a double warning. That means that they may not be getting the punishment that is equivalent to what they did. And in my mind, I'm not sure about others, that seems unfair in itself, because essentially people are getting away with things, right? So
I mean, yeah. So I guess open the floor.
Yeah. We're curious. Like, just feel free to post in meeting live and just let us know where you stand on this. I think Megan and I have put out some feelers to some people here and there, but we don't really have a good picture of what this is. We were considering putting a survey question, but unfortunately, this question that's being posed, it's a little complicated. So it's not something I can easily just put on there. You have to read all of it and think about it. So
this is slightly a step away from it, but I would be absolutely in favor of a more granular warning system that gives us more options. I did say this during the break. I'm just going to say this again now, which I just did. Also, Mega, you typoed. You spelled warning with 2 N's.
That might be me.
Wow.
Actually.
I'd like to blame Mega anyways.
Oh, well.
I know Katie brought it up. The wording on the rules page currently does kind of make it seem like it.
Yeah.
It says severe violations of the rules may result in a double warning.
Yeah, I think at the very least we need to reword that. In my mind, though, I think maybe also we might need to put this in there, like maybe something that says the most important rules will supersede the general rules, like, or something along those lines, because that's kind of why they're most important. Like, they sort of that they sort of guide the rest of the rules, right?
I was gonna say either that or maybe like staff reserve the judgment to hand out more than a single warning.
Or just make it part of the new warning system. Just say any amount of warnings can be handed out.
That would
Right.
As
that'd
at
be,
the discretion of staff.
yeah.
I can speak
Yeah.
to the perception of like warnings don't necessarily equal however many rules broken, because I do remember an incident where some members a long time ago concerning Ben 6331's illegal town on the desert line. Some members were going through it, and I think there were like several rules broken by the town, but it ended in a double warning. So it sometimes comes off as like, if there's not really a need to like temp ban a person from the server, it will not ban like equivalent of the however many rules are broken.
How long ago was this? This was like,
This was a long time ago. This was like
Okay.
2016.
oh, okay.
But like the impression, that's just an example that I can think of off the top of my head. I don't know of any other cases
Yeah.
where like there's been a lot of rules broken and it's been truncated into a double warning.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's been like some time where like there's not really a need to like temp ban this person, so it's just a double warning, but there's a lot of things wrong.
Yeah. I
I
don't
mean, at the very least, there's different philosophies in the staff, I'd imagine, about how we go about punishing people. So
And there are cases of even people who commit the same offence getting off with different levels of punishment depending on who the victim was. Do we
Wait, when
want
does that ever
that?
happen?
As in, back in the old world, somebody built a rail line through my own town, and whilst that was against the rules, well, and still is,
okay.
they were never punished for it because I never brought it up.
Okay. So just to focus the conversation, like, is it worth talking about how we warned people like 4 to 8 years ago? Because there would have been different staff at the time. The community would have been different. The rules would have been different. The way we warn things would be different. I'm not sure if it's terribly relevant right now. We're more talking about recent examples, like what. And in Mega's case, he's talking about last year. So, right.
I personally believe that. I kind of get that, like warnings have to be triple sometimes. Like sometimes stuff warrants that. But I also feel like accumulated actions, if they aren't dealt with relatively immediately, and I get why that didn't happen in Worski's case because we had a discussion in forum about this, but I feel like it is quite shocking to the person who's being punished to have no to not have the warning system essentially work cumulatively with their actions. And so that's why I think a granular review would be good.
Yeah,
but it also just, I think that like it should be relatively immediate with that granular.
Yeah, I agree with that, Kyle, and we've already discussed this. I do think that there are sometimes situations where we aren't able to, like for Worski. Again, I think that it was mainly the failure of the verbal warning system because people weren't aware. Like it would be always like a case of Worski does something bad, a staff member tries to talk to them. Worski's tactic is to leave, so you can't really do very much about it. And then he repeats that with other staff members, like over and over again.
I agree. Other things too with the verbal warnings is just there's no way to keep track of them.
Yeah, we need a way to keep track. For Nomads, that was a different situation because it was the first time someone's done something like that in politics. I think that was staff needed time to figure that out, right? Because
Question.
Yes.
Okay, this isn't super relevant, but I think maybe a good policy going forward would be if somebody does leave or don't do that during a verbal warning, we should automatically upgrade it to a formal one, just as a very strong coercion to not do that.
The thing with warnings is, at least how we've operated, or at least I've advised people to operate, is you can't issue the warning until you've made it clear to the person that they understand the warning. Otherwise, if you don't, then there's no, they just don't know about it, right? So that
Also, sorry.
oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, AP.
Also, bad luck happens. People do leave unexpectedly for whatever reason. I don't think it's fair to punish somebody because they've had a power cut. And it's a rare case, but
I think we should base that on context. With Worski, we could tell it was seemingly due to the confrontation rather than anything else because it was consistent. But if somebody who's never done that before, or usually does listen when a warning is issued, does it, then
okay, then that's fair then.
Yeah, I think it'd be a case by case. It depends on the context of what's happening, right? Because with Vorsky, we're not even sure right now. Like we're basing on we're speculating on what he's actually thinking, but we don't know, right? So it's a bit of a guessing game.
I mean, I just because I've talked to him a couple times, but he feels like it was unfair that he got a fourth warning and Nomads got locked from the politics channel specifically because what Nomads was saying was so hateful, and like his actions definitely deserved a warning. Although, like, I do kind of see his point that it seems a little unfair that stuff so hateful doesn't get a warning when his stupid ass copy pasta does. Like, I don't know.
I mean, part of that perception was also compounded by the fact that we gave Worski his temp ban before we gave Nomads his. So,
I think to a degree that just might be a form of deflection though. Like, I think Worski didn't just do the copy pasta. There'd been a history of this sort of stuff, but with Nomads, it was just a few incidents and then they were dealt with, and they were almost entirely localized in one channel. So removing him from that channel worked completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I get that, but it does feel kind of. It does feel kind of bad that it does feel like Worski sort of got the short end of the stick there, just like because I don't know, he didn't really know what he was doing. I guess I just feel bad for him a little bit.
I certainly feel bad for him, but as Volp has mentioned, I in my interactions with him, I had to consider, and there's some like, is he trying to be manipulative, right? At the very least, we know that it sounded like he doesn't have the ability to understand what was going on. Like that's my impression. Like I could kind of tell, like he had, even after explaining it to him like multiple times, and after the community and other people have told him, like even in cases where we didn't get a formal warning, it just didn't register with him. And unfortunately, in those cases, there's not much else. Again, there's not much else we can do, right? As I said in my statement, like it kind of leaves us with, like, we gotta keep giving you warnings, and if you still don't do it, then you're gonna eventually get banned. So, you know.
I mean, to address what J Train said, of course, because J Train said maybe for special situations like with Worski, we could have a special type of punishment worse than a double warning, but not yet a ban. I mean, that's why we're thinking of making the warning system more granular, so there's options.
Yeah.
Such as those.
Yeah, I don't think the solution is to just add on things to the existing warning system. I think it needs an overhaul if you're going to do it this way. So
we want to keep it simple.
That's going to be the challenge. So
yeah,
because again, with the more warnings you have, and if you're going to add on a specific, like describe each warning level, it does get a little harder to remember, even for staff. I would say, even like.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, well, we'll all help out in that.
I won't. I'll just sit here and laugh at people.
Okay. So I'm not sure if we got an answer for this question. I mean, it sounds like some people said yes, and I don't know. I'm not sure if we got any conclusion from it.
Guess we could do a quick poll.
We did get some no's. I think Cyamethyst did say that they did have that impression, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah. Do you want to do a quick poll just for curiosity? I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it'd be handy.
So,
straw poll.
or how do you want to do this, straw poll or?
Even just a message, a message in one of the channels to get people, ask people to react with different.
I'll do it meeting live then. Oh, actually, Mega's probably typing it right now.
Yeah, I'm typing it.
Yeah, we're on 5A. The question is, it's the question in the topic. Like, did you have an impression that there was a double warning limit? And you basically say yes, there was. No, or no, there wasn't. So, and after this, yeah, we'll move on from this topic. But this is we just want an answer to this.
I would be curious as well. Like, I'm not sure if this is good to even bother with, but what if we were also to send that question to folks like Worski and Subway who did receive a ban or a temp ban? I mean, maybe someone like Nomads is better because they're still on the server.
Considering their, I'm not sure if that would be appropriate. Our more main concern is with the community here right now. And also, I don't know if they even cooperate because, again, we're talking about people who, some of them still don't agree with how they were, like the warnings themselves, right? They don't understand why they were warned. So
it seems to be pretty even split on the poll, which is very, very useful to know.
Even split. Interesting.
Okay.
8 votes against, 10 in favor.
Yeah, we'll give people time to. Well, J-Train, we're not focusing on these specifics or whatever the new system will be right now.
Yeah. If you have ideas, you feel free to email us later. But there'll be a formal proposal proposed later.
Yeah, I'll be drafting one myself if you've got, and you guys can comment on that when the next agenda comes out.
I think even in the meantime, I think if we can take immediately, if we have more consistency in, if we hand the player a verbal warning, even just putting it into the staff channel instead of staff Discord channel.
I mean, we do that sometimes, but it gets buried and people forget because it's not on record.
Yeah, the other discussions get in there. It's clear that system's not working. We need to bring the verbal forming forward.
Okay, this is wholly unrelated, but this is actually something I was sort of thinking of even submitting to this GSM, maybe probably the next one at this rate, but I'm thinking we might need another staff channel just so we don't. There's been a constant issue of I post something in there, it gets pushed up, then we don't deal with it, like happened to Frog and New Rail. And
I mean, I think we can discuss that internally.
Yeah, I think that's just because, well, I think that was a one-off thing, to be honest, because we had no ISM last month. And we just happen to have all these different things happening. One thing that might help with that, though, maybe next time, is actually have a point person, like a single staff member, to deal with it. I think we failed to do that with some of those situations. So,
like someone to handle warnings and,
or to head the investigation, basically, I guess.
Oh dear.
I mean, yeah, I would agree with verbal warnings getting lost. Like, whenever past stadium, whenever I gave them a verbal warning to get it fixed up, I put a message in the channel and just kind of got lost.
Okay.
Yeah, I do agree. This is probably a more internal conversation.
Okay. I think the poll's done for the most part. So, it looks like more than I expected, to be honest. So.
It's good to know this thing now.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Mega will see that proposal soon, and yeah.
All right.
Let's move on to 5B. Oh, hey, it's Mega again. Hi, Mega.
Hello. So yeah, cooldown for nominations. I think the topic's pretty self-explanatory, because if we're just considering the same people every month and we're rejecting them for similar reasons, doesn't fair bit of time on our hands. I think it makes sense to introduce the cooldown. Anyone got feedback on this?
I'm
debating whether or not God's or yours makes sense, like one GSM or two GSMs.
I would prefer two GSMs because what happens if at the first GSM a bunch of staff say we need more evidence, and then more evidence is brought up within the 3 weeks.
I firmly agree with Skelly here. We saw this with Needham, where we did ask like more evidence, and then we did get some next GSM. I think leaving that possibility to happen in the future would be quite helpful.
I think a problem with Needham's process, though, was that some of the nominations, like they were asked for more evidence, and then there was one nomination, I think, from I7D that was repeated verbatim in a September nomination, a November nomination, and a December nomination. So,
But we did
if we
get
asked-
others who did submit things.
That's true, but I guess I would say, verbatim nominations, multiple GSMs in a row might not be the best way to go with this.
I7D was mainly just trying to, I think what Dalt's saying is I7D was trying to make sure that he got Needham on the agenda to be considered.
That's a
But
weird.
that's like not what we asked.
That's a weird intent. Yeah.
It's like
I mean-
not the point at all.
I mean,
What-
I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm just saying that, like, you know, if we rejected the evidence the first time, we don't want to see. We want to see more, and we want to see recent evidence. We're not going to change our minds magically overnight.
Well, one idea I've come up with during this GSM actually is because right now we have neutral and against votes, but functionally I don't believe there's any difference because we require a certain proportion of 4 votes, don't we?
There is a difference. If I see there might be a situation where maybe someone gets 6, like the majority of 4, but everyone else is against. In those situations, that means the person is there's certainly controversy, and I might just veto in those situations. So, but yeah, other than that, there's no functional difference.
There were 3 absentee ballots on that. One person, Sinra, said they'd be in favor of a 2 GSM cooldown. Not, like if 2 GSMs in a row, they get denied from both. Then it's a 1 GSM cooldown. Godzilla Train and Vicky Posa said they'd be interested in a cooldown after 1 GSM.
Well, my idea was maybe this might complicate it a bit much, but maybe have extend the cooldown if it's a clear against, but if it's mostly neutral, have a shorter cooldown because it's clear. If it's mostly neutral,
I
then
think Trumple's idea of just vetoing people if it's a clear no would be better than making it more complicated.
right.
Yeah. Like, sorry to use protocol. I'm sorry to use you as an example, but I mean the vote was fairly clear, like majority against. So if your name came up in the next month, for example, I might decide to bring in the veto, just maybe at least for a month, because it might be just too soon, right? So
yeah.
I don't know, up to you guys. I don't know. We could if you want to set up a system like that, but it might get, as you said, complicated. But,
So, and to be clear, are you guys in favor of 2 GSMs in a row they have to be rejected, or just 1 GSM?
I'd say 2.
Yeah, I'd agree with AP here. I'd say 2.
This is more of a clarifying question, but
as well,
how do we keep track of people on cooldown? Just like have add in our column saying that this person's in cooldown right now?
We could just put it in the veto or moderator candidacy column.
Yeah, cooldown.
yeah.
Cooldown until February GSM.
That would be a good place.
Mainly that way other people can see it. That way people know they're on cooldown.
Because we also, when we archive and then bring back nomination channels, we put a message dividing it so we can note down. We can look at the dates of the messages and be like, oh, they were considered last GSM, they're being considered this GSM. So if they get rejected again, then that's a cooldown.
Yeah, I'm fine with 2 GSMs for now, and if we need to tweak it, we can tweak it later.
I'm okay with both, actually. I think either would work, 1 or 2.
I think with the 2 provides more room, because let's say we want nomination, like the Needham situation again, like where we want more evidence. I would rather have that chance for people to actually provide it, whether or not they actually do. Because if they don't, then we just deny them, they get the cooldown.
Okay, that makes sense. I was initially in favor of 1, but I think that argument is a good argument for 2.
Yeah, I agree with Kyle.
All right, so
let's try.
If a candidate's nomination for moderator is rejected 2 times in a row, that candidate may not be nominated for the next GSM.
Yeah, that sounds adequate.
Cool. All right, let's move on.
All right.
Debug stick. This is. I know Gods has some. God is not here. Oh dear.
This was this is I personally went on the beta and tried it out, and those cobblestone walls are really something I can't look over because I just tried it in Central Park, and like I just straight up made one. And the thing is, it wouldn't be a problem if it was just a structure void with no hitbox, but it occupies a space, so you can't put blocks there, and you can't change it back without
And you
world
can't
edit.
see it. Yeah.
You can't see it. There's no hitbox, and you can't place blocks there. So the only way you can change it back is with world edit.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems very
It's
broken.
it is also difficult to remove because imagine someone did this over a large area. Like, how are you going to select just the cobblestone walls that are invisible?
I will also say that of the absentee ballots received, 2 of them did say that it should be moderator above, and 1 of them said it should be member and above.
I mean, they're similar to barriers in a sense. But an extra problem is that you can't keep track of where they are, because barriers, you can run into them, you can see their outline.
Yeah, barriers, you just have to hold the item in your hand.
But you could walk through an area and not know there's these cobblestone walls just hiding.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, any block update was enough to make the cobblestone block appear, but I still think that there's too much potential for abuse because you just can't see them unless you happen to do something to trigger a block update.
Yeah, yeah, because you need to know. There's no way you can know if you got all of them if someone would agree.
I would be favoring seeing these added, but I wouldn't feel particularly comfortable with giving this to anybody lower than a staff member. Or possibly, even if we were to limit it to someone like a premier. We do want a definite level of accountability with these, but it's a shame because they are so freaking useful.
They're really
I mean, I'd
useful, but
support
they're
giving them
also-
to staff.
Yeah,
I think staff, but Premiere is like Premiere. They're not like beacons, right? They're not like blocks that can be overused. They're like actually dangerous tools.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think we should be giving it to members, unfortunately, at all, below staff. I do have a question though. If we're doing staff only, is that opens up for people requesting like asking a mod to debug stick something? Is that are we okay with that? Like,
They've already done that.
The
because,
tool
like,
is
with closing trapdoors and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's not that different to certain world edits we've already done.
The tool is very intuitive as well, so they just need to tell you what properties and what to set them to. So
okay,
it's effectively the same as just doing, a world edit to set glass panes a certain direction. Or
sounds like if you know what you're doing, it sounds like it's easier than a world edit. You don't have to select things; you just tap it.
But I would say that we should set a rule that like you can only request it if it's absolutely necessary, and you can't create it with vanilla. Like because I don't want people just going around and being like, hey, can I get this stair changed to like facing east when like you can do it yourself?
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's a good point.
No
question.
needless requests.
There are some blocks that you can trigger a block state, but it's a pain in the ass to do it vanilla. Would we be accepting debug stick for? Debug stick.
I mean, if it's, I think it is. Yeah, it can just. I think staff can use their judgment.
Yeah, but
and advise.
Definitely for like things that are not possible with vanilla, like that a member could do. That will definitely be okay with that. But
or if there's a very complex setup that may not be, like if it relies on a bug or something to get it into that state.
Sure. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. I think Gods will not be happy about hearing about this, but I hope he understands our reasoning. But
I imagine he would.
Are we agreed? So are we agreed with this? Any other points people want to bring up? Okay.
Nope.
All right. So I guess I'll add the permission to debug stick for staff because actually it's not enabled right now, but I'll do that after the meeting.
Somebody just freaking vote.
I could just do it now if you want.
Yeah, sure. I think
Unjin's just sent his ballot in. Let's see. Yeah, it's staff member debug stick.
Okay. All right, let's move on then.
AFK timer.
The AFK
I'm
limit.
against this. TPS drops are just too much, and like
Yeah.
if you're going to be taking if you're going to the bathroom for more than 15 minutes, is it gonna kill you to just log off the server? Like, it's why do you need to be online?
Look at the TPS right now. Like,
Yeah.
I was originally in favor of this, but then the TPS started shitting itself at random, and suddenly I'm not as much.
Yeah,
If we are to raise it, I would go no higher than 20. And honestly, as Sinra said in his ballot, I wouldn't be opposed to lowering it.
Rejoining is just 2 clicks, and I think Elite's reasons for why we need it are really not good. I see Avanisha's point of like writing a book, but at the same time, if you see the message in chat that says you're now AFK, you can always click done on the book without signing it, and then type something in chat, and it'll mark you on AFK, and then you can open it back up and keep writing. So I think that's the workaround for that. I don't think we need to increase it by a lot.
It does appear like there is pushback against lowering it, so I'm not going to ask about that.
I think it was worth asking though, just to see.
I still would be in favor of it. Like the TPS is horrible, and there have been times where I've almost considered, like I see the TPS hit 13 or 14. I consider potentially kicking an AFK player just to see if that'll help it. But
from what we understand from the TPS drop, it depends on which chunks are loaded. It seems like there's some places that are just really bad, and some places are really bad, and some places are okay. So it's hard to
Oh jeez, we're at 10.17.
It's hard to tell.
One thing I'd like to point out is I think it was Starcube that was building a town just on an island, and there are something around 400 entities all fish in the ocean that as soon as you butcher them, the tick after, they just all respawn.
Yeah.
So maybe there are things we can do in the config, like disabling passive mob spawning.
Sorry, go ahead, Yoshi.
I was gonna say it's specifically COD. Like it's just COD. So it's COD that spawn in deep. I believe they're deep oceans, and that's basically what raises the entities up that high.
Yeah, that sounds like a specific situation we can deal with. But what I'm talking about is there are even places where even there's no entities, they still cause lag, and it's usually because of chunks or whatever weird shit that the Minecraft code has. Like
I mean, just to educate people on what causes the lag. It's 2 things: entities and tiles. And entities are like mobs, and players, and tiles are things like, say, the text on signs. That counts as a tile. And
It looks like we're not
speaking
going
of
to raise
tiles,
it
there's
No,
please
don't.
one of the death trap areas for the server, by the way, is Sandsburg. There's like 50,000 tiles in that town. I don't know
Weezer
why.
maps.
I tried looking. I don't know, but that area like murders the TPS. So please
Also,
don't go.
New Millennium, when I just was like there, got to like 9.
Do hoppers affect things that badly?
I know in previous patches they have. There was a mail sorter on the old world that nuked the TPS, brought it down to like 4. But in general, a small hopper system shouldn't. I don't think that shouldn't cause any issues. If you got like a massive contraption of some sort, then yeah, it could. But other than that, hoppers should be fine.
5e.
Okay. It sounds like we're not. I don't know if it's worth any discussing, but it looks like we're just going to keep the 15-minute limit then.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
5e.
Render.
5e.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, this is actually kind of floating in the air because Mega has offered to try rendering it on his machine. Like, he's going to copy the server files to his machine, render the Dynmap, then take the Dynmap files and copy them back to the server. Problem, I don't know if
that's
it'll.
good.
I don't know if it'll work though, because again, you're even though even though the files are different, I don't know if there's something in the DIMAP plugin code or whatever that requires it to be rendered on the same server. So we'll see. The dates that
Might
you.
it be?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, AP.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead first.
No, sorry, I was going to say, might it be worth testing using the old world?
Yeah, I am planning on testing with the other worlds. I've got a spreadsheet set up. I'm going to be rendering the other worlds too, just to get an idea of how long it will take.
Do you know the latency of getting that file from Canada to NZ? Like, would that be like really big?
It would. I mean, it's about 90 gigs. This server, or it will be compressed, so about 70 gigs. It'll take a few hours to download.
Yeah.
Okay, so not that bad.
And I, if I have time, I might try to do this myself, maybe, but depends if I can pull it off. So just to be clear, the dates on there, the January 17th to 30th. Actually, at this point, maybe don't take them as set in stone, because those were assuming that the render would be happening on the server, but depending on what Mega finds, there's also been suggestions of rendering the map on beta instead, and then leaving main server to run as it is. The problem is beta has less memory, and considering how much memory DIMAP takes, I think it's going to run to that limit very quickly. So yeah, so basically we're TLDR. We're looking at other options. Those dates aren't set in stone. You'll get more updates later, basically. So.
Let's just pray that DIMAP scales up to 12 cores, because they'll make it go a lot faster.
Yeah, and maybe just a side Mega, there is config settings in there that might be able to use other cores, so you want to look at that too. But
yeah, I'm gonna have a look for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to 5F. I think this is the last controversial topic in this meeting. Then it's pretty clear sailing.
So 5F, there's been a few incidents, a couple of which have been public, some of which have not been public, of people leaking out direct messages, as in posting screenshots from direct messages in a public venue without asking for consent from other people. This actually might be illegal in some states, but in some jurisdictions, but I haven't really looked into that. I think the bigger concern is just that it's disruptive and not courteous to do this. So I'm proposing that we add a rule that says not to share private conversations in a public venue. I think most people can agree with this, but there's a little bit of the nitty-gritty that has to be dealt with too, such as what counts as a private conversation, whether like a private group chat would count as one, what counts as leaking them, private conversations, what counts as a public venue. So I think the MRT Discord would definitely count as a public venue, but other places like auxiliary Discords would be a gray area. Sharing private conversations to a third person in private, it's extremely hard to enforce and probably not realistic to try to enforce against.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, well, I did put in the proposal what could be done if something illegal happened or egregious in a DM happens, like what's happened with the Sky Nation chat, which is to direct people to send it privately via email to the staff rather than trying to draw attention to it in public.
Yeah, so a lot of nitty-gritty here. Yeah.
I can just go down. What were you going to say, AP?
So in terms of precedent, with the Sky Nation chat, like that should have been brought up to staff privately. Obviously, the fact that it was public, I don't want to say complicated matters, but the fact that it was made public, I don't want to say complicated matters, but
it complicated matters.
Yes. And I think that having the court of public opinion, having the court of public opinion before the staff could make a judgment was not good.
But I don't think we're here to talk about that. I think we're here to talk about what we should do in the future, because I don't think it's worth speculating over whether that should have been done or not.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
happened.
I don't.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Funko?
It's happened. So yeah, let's. Yeah. Scaly, do you just want to go down through the list and we'll just tackle each question?
Yeah. So let's see. What's exactly is defined as a private conversation? So I would say that's a private conversation to a DM on Discord or some other off MRT platform. Like maybe if for some reason you chat with someone else on the MRT and Facebook and you leak your Facebook messages and you post screenshots of Facebook messages in the public chat to try to embarrass the other person, I think that would definitely count. So that's an extreme hypothetical that I don't foresee happening. What's your opinion on group chats with multiple people? If a group, like I'm talking about, if you start a group chat with the Discord feature, should that count as private? I would say yes.
Actually, Skilly, I'm gonna give a definition that might cover all of this. Instead of just doing for like different venues or of where a private conversation happened. How about this? It's any situation where one or more parties assumes that what they're saying will be held in confidence, as in it won't get shared, right?
I would say that's a reasonable definition.
Yeah.
Any other opinions?
Nope, this seems to be fine in my books.
All right, question number 2. What counts as leaking? So obviously, I think everyone here can agree that if you screenshot a DM and post it, that it counts as leaking. But if you if you told something in confidence that's private about another person, I would say, and then share it to public, something in confidence, like maybe an opinion they don't want to share in public or something private and personal about themselves, and you say that in public, even if you don't screenshot it, I would say that counts as leaking as well.
I would agree with that, yeah.
I think another thing that should be factored into it is also intent. Like if it's somebody making a massive fuck up and just going, oh yes, there's this, I'll show you it, and they're not really knowing or not really paying attention, we should treat that differently to somebody like outright sharing some of these DMs with the attempt to humiliate or shame them for some reason.
Sure. Intent matters here, yes.
One I'd argue is a single warning, another would be absolutely double warning territory, if not further.
Well, with the warning revamp, that's gonna change all around things. Like there's some cases. What about cases where someone just accidentally like post something, but they definitely didn't intend to? Like, is that a single warning? That's
if it's a fuck up on their part, and it's no malice, not even ignorance of the rule, just an actual genuine, honest to God error, I think maybe a verbal warning would be called for.
Yeah.
Just don't do this again. But if you do it again, it will be a warning. But if this is an error, we forgive you and can overlook it.
Okay. So in that case, I guess the answer to that is the intent and context matters, depending on how it was shared. If it's shared by if someone wanted to cause damage to someone, we're gonna want a lot more there. So.
However, I don't think the intent has to be to cause damage. I think because I don't want to bag on CC for doing this, but for posting, if someone were to post something like that in a moderated channel, I would say that's also not okay in the future. Now that we're having this discussion,
well, I'm beg to differ. I think the staff channels, ultimately, if something's posted in the staff channel, it's there so that the rest of the staff can make a judgment if you don't feel particularly qualified for it.
No, I think Dol
to
was
the
talking about
staff
the
channel,
moderate.
but I'm talking about the Echo's nomination channel where
Oh,
Yeah, we're
Okay,
talking
fair.
about that domination channel. AP, if you're not aware of what CC did there, so
Because I know CC did not have the intent to do that, but at the same time, that's like one example of like
Mhm.
screenshots that should probably have been sent privately to staff first.
or we should have
At the very
got
least,
permission.
you get
first.
consent from the person involved.
Yeah.
So I think even if your intent is not to like maliciously maliciously slander someone, posting it still knowingly
Okay.
that you're posting a private DM, that's still not really okay.
Okay. How about this then? We consider intent. Oh, I've timed out from the server. We consider intent,
Same.
but also effect.
Can't
Unfortunately,
log back in.
unfortunately, because of this, that's a huge. Wow! Did everyone get kicked off?
Yeah, the
huge
player
I-
count
yeah.
has dropped to 16.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Someone didn't do anything there.
I'll look through console.
I mean, it's been at 30 plus people for the last few hours. I think it might be getting a little tired of all these people.
Oh, lots of chunk errors.
Okay.
Ooh,
Okay, but
industry,
does that make
end of
sense?
the world as we know it.
Sorry, to continue, does that make sense though? Because
Mhm.
it's very vague. I understand that, but there seems to be like there are going to be a lot of different situations, right? And
This is probably a case by case basis type of thing.
yeah,
This isn't something that happens a lot, but I think it happens frequently enough as of late to where a formal policy against it should be enacted.
okay. Well, I'm saying that it will consider intent and effect. That's our official policy. I think it's as best as we can do in that case. So.
Okay, so the third question to clarify it is what counts as a public venue. So auxiliary discords, I would say that if you can access an auxiliary discord from the MRT discord and you don't have to be some kind, or in general, if you can access an auxiliary discord from the MRT discord, then it should count as a public venue.
Thinking about this further, maybe the public venue part is not what we should be looking at. I think we should maybe be looking at like what if there's a Discord that's not public, but there are members in there, there are other members in there, and the person that got their info revealed or their conversation revealed doesn't want them to know, right? Like like I'm just going back to, are these people authorized to see that conversation?
Honestly, I would just err on the side of caution and just and also privacy. Like those who know me, I am a bit of a privacy nut. I'd say just extend to any MRT related Discord.
Even to any third party.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about that because I feel like we should set a line around the MRT and its auxiliary discords because although I agree it's bad if you leak to some third party, like how are we going to enforce that?
Yeah, it's
we ultimately would be
outside our
relying on
jurisdiction.
we would be relying on player reporting.
Yeah, so for it to be basically a Discord that's not not posted, like it's not public in auxiliary Discords, but if someone from that Discord saw this sort of thing and then reported to him or to the staff, and again, there's a gray area. How related is that Discord to the MRT, right?
I think honestly, if it involves MRT members and it's MRT members getting their private information shared by other MRT members without their consent, we should absolutely act on that. Even if it's a bit away from us, that's the main thing. We should still consider such a thing. Although that may be going a bit overboard because that could then be construed to even include non-MRT things entirely.
There's certainly a gray area here. I get the point. We want to try to protect people from. I guess maybe we wait until that happens. I hope it never happens. And then if it does, then we make a determination whether we want to pursue it or not.
What I'd also be in favor of doing as well is offering some kind of immunity to prosecution of sorts. That term might sound ridiculous on a Minecraft server.
Immunity.
But if you're the reporter, we should and you are bringing forward something that is seriously concerning. We should potentially offer you the benefit of anonymity unless you yourself have done something egregious.
I am extremely against that. We don't want anonymity.
Not again.
No, we're not doing that again.
Yeah, I mean, based on what happened before, I would say that if you are participating in something bad, you still deserve a punishment for it.
Yeah.
What about not removing the anonymity bit of that, but still offering some kind of protection against
even the protection?
I'd rather.
Oh, go ahead, Skelly.
I would say that it may not be the best idea to try to. I'm not sure how to phrase this, but I don't think it would be best if people are trying to be the secret police and patrol all the group chats. Of course, people should be. If people see something really, really bad is happening in a chat, they should send it to us, but...
Yeah, no, I think I get your point, Skelly. That's... We've seen that sort of behavior before where they, take it upon themselves to enforce the rules.
Yeah, that's fair. I retract that idea then.
Yeah. So, sorry, going back to the question then, does that... I guess we haven't really answered the question then. It's more...
I mean, like Skelly said in the fourth bullet point, I think leaking to a third party, it's hard to regulate, but if it comes to our attention, I think we should provide a punishment if it's they're leaking personal details or something like that.
I mean, the details of how exactly the third party is involved are not going to be known in advance, so I feel like we should just deal with that if that bridge is crossed.
On case by case.
I agree with that. Yeah.
They're already covered though by other rules that we already have set. For the sake of sharing personal details, those are already covered by the rules.
You mean like the personal information rule and that sort of stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's true. Well, no. Actually, no, because the personal information rule is explicitly about their details, the personal details, right? This is whatever person says in the conversation. It's not a personal detail per se, right? So
it's more a personal channel.
Yeah.
There might be some merit in just waiting until such a thing happens. I have a feeling it will at some point, even though I really hope it doesn't.
Staff judgment.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to define everything, although clarifying things for the future is for the better. But I do think that it would be best to clarify that this isn't something we really want to be seeing happening.
Yeah. Okay. What about the next question, Skelly? Because that one, I think we definitely know we can't enforce, right?
Yeah, we don't. I agree with what Dalt said. We obviously can't. We can't read minds. It's not going to be something really enforceable. But if a third person does come forward and tells us that so and so is saying about X person said yada yada yada, and they're laughing about it to them, then maybe we can do something and cross the bridge at that point, but we don't really have to worry about putting it into written policy unless that happens, because it's just getting narrower than what this broader policy is looking to do.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, there is definitely some merit in waiting for this to happen. There's so many nuances that we could miss with this when it comes to predicting the future. Yeah. Even with the past instance that we have had regarding Sese, regarding leaking of DMs in the past, I think it is going to be hard to predict everything.
And with regards to the last question, Skelly, that one, I think that's just. Is that? Are you asking whether if someone report like, I guess if they publicly said that, like, huh?
Yeah, that was more like if someone sees something, if someone's in a group chat or private chat of some kind, and so tells the person that they're going to do this thing to harass someone else, or they're going to do such and such thing that is obviously against the rules, like trying to circumvent some kind of restriction or something, or planning a grief out in a chat, in a DM. But the answer is pretty self-explanatory, which is to direct people who need to report something like this to just discreetly send it to the staff rather than just publicly making a scene out of it. Hopefully they do trust us enough to trust us with this, because I think that's part of it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's in the computer science world, there's responsible disclosure. If you find an issue, say in Facebook, the best thing you can do is responsibly disclose it to them and say, yes, this is the bug in your software. This might let people see the credit card details. You should fix it. That's responsible disclosure.
But the question
I feel like
but,
in that case.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like in that case, we do. If we say.
But what if they do? What if they do irresponsible disclosure? I guess, like if they post it publicly, what do we do there?
I think we would potentially. We would probably still thank them for bringing it to our attention. We would likely have to give them some sort of punishment, both as you still leak private information and just a little message to everybody else to not do this. To bring it to our attention privately.
Okay.
And maybe make it very clear that they're getting a warning not for bringing it to our attention, but disclosing it publicly. Okay.
I'm just going to respond directly to his time because he is bringing up Castle's reveal of the logs in the Sky Nation chat. Our position right now is, yes, we didn't give a warning to Castle for revealing that, but at the same time, we didn't have any rules at that time about that, about revealing personal information along those lines.
Yeah, we had never really dealt with it before.
Yeah, so at this point...
Also, it really wouldn't matter to Castle. Like, Castle does
not... At this
not,
point, just retroactively punishing Castle is just petty, and I think we should just not continue to debate that and worry about the future and preventing this from happening again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
especially since he's just, like, gone.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking on debating on really going through specific past incidents, or other than just saying that they give an impetus for enacting this policy.
Okay. So what are we deciding here then? It sounds like it sounds like we're going to deal with these on a case by case basis, right? But in general, you should not be. It sounds like at the very least you should not be sharing personal conversations to others if you don't have the permission from the people that were involved in that conversation, right?
I will say, time too. I get why why you have these feelings on this. Like, yeah, it was a violation of your privacy, but we just didn't have any rules or the experience with dealing with it before. And
actually,
it's extra complicated because Castle was trying to clear his name.
And I don't think it would have made a difference anyways. Like, he at that point did not care. He probably would have done it anyways, even with these rules in place.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. I think people were trying to process what was there was more focus on what was being revealed than what the action Castle did. So yeah, that's again, I don't think there's any point of revisiting warnings or anything like that on there. The timeline has already been way past for that at this point. But yeah, we're trying to set up rules for if this happens again. And there have been other cases where this says, unfortunately, people have violated people's privacy in So we want to try to prevent that from happening again. Okay. Sorry. CC, do you think I don't know, do you guys think we have something at least concrete enough here, or I don't know what you wrote in the minutes, but
I've tried to paraphrase that, and I guess we are adding that official text, right?
Okay.
The official text, sir? The
stuff that specifically the stuff that Skelly has bolded.
public venue.
I think it could use a couple edits to reflect what we decided, but
Can public venue be just replaced with others? Not just others, people who are unauthorized to see that sort of stuff. I'm not sure how to word that, really. Does that make sense to people, or is
yeah, it makes sense.
I want to render this area, but it might crash the server.
Please don't.
Why are you bad?
Do not render. A render would not work.
It only works above.
Clauses.
Is it 17 or 18?
18.
18, yeah.
18.
So this is an official policy that's at least going to be in the GSM release on the website.
We need to add we're adding this as a general rule, correct? Like it'll be a new rule?
I'm pretty sure that's what we're looking to do with this.
Okay. So, Skelly, how about this? Give me if you need time to reword it a little bit based on our discussion, you could do that, and then once you have the final wording, we'll put it on the rules page. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We're finally out of section 5. We can skip 6A.
6B, right?
So let's go
No,
to
6B.
6B. Scroll down.
Scroll down a very long way.
This one.
Yeah, the Delvin Street pedestrianization by Elite. There are some comments from staff that are not visible to public, but it doesn't look great. I'll let other people.
Honestly, just tear the board down, remove the board. Like, not even just making the street pedestrian. Just like remove the board. Like, why is it still there? It's over.
I think it's maybe for future events and also yada yada history.
I mean, the next election is in what, 4 years?
They might be used for other elections, but nobody really gives a shit about those.
But
yeah,
we removed
2016
the election
was
boards for
almost
other
just
elections,
as
so,
consequential. There's no reason to keep it up, especially when other elections are just as consequential.
Especially
Not to
giving
mention
room from Central City to him to keep this when he can just save it in his lab or something.
yeah, and also I
Yeah.
think there's issues with permissions because I don't think he got permission to modify some of the things here.
I'm all for improvements to Central City, but I'm all for pedestrianisation, but I don't think the motives behind it are the best.
I will say the defense of that the board is not on. It's not on Tom's property. It's against Tom's property. Is really, I don't think it's strong defense. If it's on the sidewalk and it's Tom's property, I don't think proper permission was obtained for the board on the other side either. And this is after
It's on his plot anyway, so.
And there was notice for the former board that was here that you need to get permission to build on someone else's plot, even if it's anywhere else.
Okay. Elite is saying that there isn't actually permission issues, and he does own Merchant Radio.
No. I'm not talking about the one I'm talking about right now is the one across the street from it.
There are two boards.
There was another one for I don't know, some other purpose, but they had two sides of it, and the other sided one was on Tom's property without permission.
I see.
Yeah,
That one's
there's
gone,
one that was
yes?
the Senate, to give context,
No,
one
it's still
had
here.
the Senate election, the other had for the presidential election of Electoral College.
And also the Nevada elevator needs to go, like that sidewalk, like the sidewalk, just put the Nevada elevator in the lab.
Oh yeah, this is still touching Tom's building.
Okay, yeah, the one that's not on Elite's property needs to go. The one that is on Elite's property, can we actually tell him anything about that?
I mean, I don't know, but at the same time, we've had so many people complain about the leakage of politics outside of the politics channel. I would just really be in favor of not having it so close to spawn, but that might just be me.
I don't think it has any purpose of being up. Just put it in the lab.
This definitely has to go though. On the other side of the street, the Georgia board, this needs to go.
And like,
unless Elite actually
it-
owns
it-
it instead of Tom, he bought it from Tom. Okay, he says Georgia can die, but the other one, I mean, it is your property. I don't know if we want to get into if we can tell him how to use it, but I that
we do have the right
based
to
on-
because
yeah,
it's a
based on people's complaints about politics leaking out, I just think that it would be better if you just put it in your lab because the election's over.
Or
done.
you could also put it in a place in Shadow Point, just where it's not anywhere near as visible.
Yeah, just like someplace you own that's not Central City, right next to spawn.
although if you do put it in Shadow Point, because I know you're working to getting senator, it's not going to look that good for a senator bid.
Well, I mean, if you make it look nice, just
It doesn't look terrible, to be honest.
yeah, just
It's interesting.
it's obviously not a build. I wouldn't detract from it.
It is a cool.
yeah. I
little
think
monument.
we understand that it is your property, but we have the right to overrule that because in technicality, the town's mayor is Frumple, and Frumple, by extension, can make decision. It makes a decision based on whatever staff goes for it as well.
Well, I mean, I consider Central City not. I don't not. People think I'm the mayor, but I consider this a special zone. It's not mine per se. And honestly, I have no strong opinion about this. I actually have a side idea, but I'm not going to bring it up right now. But if you guys want to remove to deny this proposal, I'll go along with it.
I definitely think the proposal needs to be denied. I am not sure, and the one across the street needs to go. I'm not sure about this one. In my personal opinion, it should be moved, but I am not strongly for enforcing that.
So maybe I'll bring up my idea. So just for historical context, there has been a bit of a tradition in previous elections, like U.S. elections, where he's made a map as well. It's been usually in different locations, but maybe something to consider. Maybe in like 2 or 4 years ago, later, whenever this sort of politic election stuff happens, maybe we should have a designated area. It could still be in CC, but somewhere that's not messy like this, right?
Yeah. I will say for some context, there was actually one in Central City in 2016. It was in one of the buildings, I believe, to the east. That place actually, I believe, unless someone actually can check it, I believe that it doesn't exist anymore. It was removed after it was over.
My personal thoughts are this: the one that's on Tom's property absolutely needs to go, but at the end of the day, the other one is also on Elite's property as well, and he does technically have a say over what is and what is not on it.
But what we're saying is, does staff permission overrule that?
I think, like many things, we do have the right to overrule it, but the question is whether we should.
We can.
I don't think we should, but it should go. We shouldn't overrule, though.
We can, but if we do, it has to be with a good enough reason. And frankly, just at least moving it to somewhere where all where political things should go instead of on the street like that. Like, I'd be in favor of that. Like, just putting it to somewhere else, like a little bit where if other people want to build boards there too, also. Right.
I'm still not fond of screwing around with Elite's property here. It is his. He does have the right to do that.
I mean, I will say either way, I don't kind of, I guess, to the property issue, and I think Kyle kind of shares the same opinion as me. I don't think the kind of floating elevator that's here is really appropriate to be here either. Now, obviously, that is also on his property as well, but it is kind of it is a floating structure that is kind of like really right next to the Central Park. Is one of the earliest things you see. And 2, I don't think this was intentional, but it was used as an AFK machine unintentionally a few days ago. And the person AFK on the server for 2 hours.
Ali, just to clarify, if you paid for this property, I'd be willing to just pay you whatever you paid for it, because that's not fair on you. But it's just that more. It's just whether it's appropriate within Central City. I think that's what we're debating here. Like, is it appropriate in that location? If there's a designated spot for it, like that where other political boards can be, then I'd be a lot more in favor of that. But
I will say, like, the elevator, there is definitely a good reason to remove that, or at the very least modify it so it actually fits in the buildings. Like, you'd have to probably really edit the merchant radio building to get it to work in that way, but it is kind of floaty as is, although it is kind of cool.
I don't think it's appropriate for especially upon Central Park. I don't think it's
how about
to have
how about this? Let's move on from this topic. At the very least, let's deny the proposal. What we do with that? Let's take that. I hate word using this word. Let's take it offline, and we'll staff discuss it, and we'll see. Don't kill it. Don't kill it now. Don't do that.
I think he's talking about the elevator, not the board.
Oh, the elevator. Okay, sorry.
Actually, we will say the Georgia regional thing probably will have to go just because there was no permission given for that.
The thing on Tom's property absolutely needs to go, but the thing on Elites, I don't think we've reached discussion yet.
Actually, can I bring? Where do we draw the line in terms of what counts as Central City property and what counts as the actual plots?
This is on the sidewalk, isn't it? Although it does literally touch Tom's property. It is 1 block away.
I think we can use our fair judgment. We don't need to be specific on it. Like, I think we don't think we need to be that specific to go in that niche, because, like, I think it'd be absurd if we let someone, like, if you're building a building and someone's like, I want to set up a franchise on the sidewalk next to your building without asking you. I think we can all agree that's kind of absurd. So I think there is a line. It's just we don't need to draw it. I think we can use common sense here.
Whereas, say the metro entrances, again, on the sidewalk next to buildings.
But also some plots like extend roads out to connect to the road network, like for the Central City bus terminal.
So sidewalk, Kitty did bring a valid point. Sidewalk should be case by case. Like, if somebody builds a franchise or a giant ass electoral board, that's one thing. If somebody just builds like a driveway or some kind of maybe like a little signpost or something, then that's fine.
It's a lot of special cases, a lot of little things. I hate running the server. Anyway, so
discretion.
I feel you.
Okay. Just a lot of details. Again, okay, so proposal's denied. We'll discuss with you, Elite, about what to do about this later. So, okay, let's move on to 6C. There are actually 2 roads here. The first phase of the A15 and the B287 proposed by MindBuilder.
I am familiar with the proposal, and I know MindBuilder is. He told me to ping him, but it doesn't look like he's here right now. So if you have any questions, I can probably.
He's
answer
in Discord.
them.
He's also on the server right now.
Yeah.
One thing actually, sorry. Regarding the absentee ballots for 6B, all absentee votes pointed to the Delwyn Street being convention protection law being a no, and a yes to removing the election board. But that's.
I mean, we'll talk about it more.
Yeah. Okay. Just think I should read those out for consistency's sake.
By the way, Kyle, MindBuilder's Mibu, just if you didn't know.
Yeah.
So.
That's his temp name. Long story.
And for 6C, all absentee votes say yes. So.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable road through a reasonable region.
I don't see any problem with it.
It's quite long. I suspect it'll need some well-lit assistance, but
I'm just to go for all sides. I assume this is all going to be above ground. It's not underground in any sense, correct?
Looks like there are tunnels through the mountains for the A15 going up to Kleinsburg, but only in very short segments.
Okay. As long as it doesn't land scar in that area, I'm fine.
Yeah, fine.
Approved?
And Ward's correct, right?
The warding.
He asked to make sure that the ward was correct. He said he wasn't sure if it was
I'll
A15 or
check.
A25.
Okay.
Where is the warden?
I'll check.
He's in jail. That's where wardens are, right? No? I don't know.
I would
Well,
say
actually, our warden is a she, so
Yeah.
that being Vicky.
This is all located, I believe, in Ward 2. So all of them should be a 2.
Okay,
No,
so
but the A15 is, if you look at the plan, it goes all the way over to Ward 1. So the A15 is planned to be across Ward.
I see.
perhaps might it be worth changing the boundary a little bit, because it seems counterintuitive that Ward 2 extends over the big ocean.
So
Whereas-
I mean, it's all.
Vic.
It's
Wait,
the
change
ward,
it. Are you talking about the road, or what are you talking about?
In terms of in terms of Ward 1,
the,
I would
I think that's over.
I don't think we're changing wards or
the-
anything.
They're consistent.
the border of the
Yeah.
ward. That it's a general guideline. It's not going to be perfect. That's going to cover all.
Yeah,
roads,
yeah, yeah.
So
what ward is it? It's usually, is it all like, I guess, sorry, how much, which ward is it generally in, like especially this A road?
Well, no, this whole road is in 2.
Okay.
But I assume, based off of what Kyle said, is that the road.
No,
He
there's,
said it's gonna.
if you
Go ahead.
if you scroll down, the last
Mhm.
photo shows the overall plan of
Yeah.
Road North's roads, and the A15 connects up to the A1 right up there.
yeah, and that region and that area where it connects onto the A1 is in Zone 1.
Okay, A15
Yeah,
is
I
fine.
think it's fine.
all right, approved. Let's move on to 6D B417, proposed by Avanish.
Yeah, all absentee ballots say approved.
I have
Yes.
concerns about this one. I would like to know. I want to know the bridge design, and I want to know the slopes of the road, because I've seen Bobberton and its roads, and they have one-to-one slopes. Some of them are floating. A little concerning.
Is Avanish here and listening? I'm not sure.
He's online right now.
Okay.
I believe he was listening to the MBS stream earlier. I don't know.
Okay. There might be some delay, so we'll let Avanish reply to that in a sec.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Avanish and
one-to-one slopes are.
neither Avanish nor Bobby have Discord, so
But I think he is watching.
Yeah, you may have to type out the question to them in the meeting channel. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Is anyone at Bobberton right now?
I am, yes. I think this is Bobberton. Yes, it is. Yeah,
I see what you mean.
like as far as road designs go, it's not terrible, but the slopes, I would like to see shallower slopes.
Yeah, all I want is a commitment that that stuff's going to happen, and that the road
It
will
will
not
be
be like
floating.
floating over the rivers.
These roads are actually outside of the slopes. They don't look too bad, and there are some good slopes here. Like this is decent. This is a 1 to 5.
Would it help to have assign a staff to help
mean,
with
like,
the project?
I'm not sure if you know, there was a basically when like, in Yes for endorsement these were voting, I did ask him to. That's what Kyle's concerned.
Pretty cute. No,
I'm just
not. That worries me even more. Having it a straight line at 1 altitude.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Oh.
Yeah,
barrel through the land. No.
Because we have issues with that already, and they don't end up well.
Yeah, Avanish, roads should not be just one out. Like they shouldn't be at the same height. They should try to fit the terrain that they're going on. So
perhaps, like, I'm okay with the road in theory. I'm okay with the road design. So I'm okay with the road route. the road design, especially considering where they're planning to link the junction. The A410 is, if you TP, it's through some not terribly high hills, but it would make more sense to maybe put the junction slightly south of the flatter area.
I also think that we should see what the junction is going to look like, because it's an A road.
Yeah.
In any case,
of the other roads.
Can we appoint a staff member to help with them?
I think whoever does the world edits for him, because I think he's going to be getting world edits, whatever the case. So whoever does the world edits for him can guide him.
Okay.
I don't have really any experience with roads, so I don't think I'd be qualified.
Okay. All right, Avanish, if you're listening, is that okay with you? Do you understand what is needed?
Why is there an upside-down horse here?
Don't question it.
This feels wrong.
Avanish,
someone probably should type the question.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, just to make sure.
I'd rather not, but I suppose I have some road experience from my older days, so I could help him out.
I can oversee it if you need.
Avanish wants you to repeat the expectations.
Okay, I'll put them in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just DM them so we can, shoot.
Okay.
Yeah, mail him.
But
Mail
he
him.
doesn't have Discord, so.
But
well, I'm not in game.
Just say in meeting.
Yeah.
To be clear, we're approving this with those conditions, correct? So it's
it's a conditional approval.
Yeah.
Conditional approval. Okay.
Oh, Avanish, it's me, Kyle, with the expectations.
Yep.
6E. One of the absentee ballots that came in for that one did actually have a conditional approve, suggesting to build the tunnel a bit further north.
Sorry, Volp, can you repeat that? What?
6E. One of the absentee ballots was a conditional approve, suggesting to build the tunnel further north.
Oh, I see. Okay. For
everybody else was an approve.
Is there a reason why they wanted the tunnel moved further north?
They didn't. Ungens didn't say. He just said build the tunnel a bit further north? ?
Okay, I mean, I need a reason. I think why.
But everybody else approved without saying anything. So.
Okay.
I reckon just approve.
Seems very simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other objections?
Nope.
All right, let's approve 6E. All right. Moving on to events. There's a lot of them. Okay. 7A, the Great MRT Riddle proposed by Sasha. And
Is Sasha here?
that's he is he in game?
Pink Sasha, probably. Oh, Seal already got it.
Sasha asked to be pinged when 7A came around.
I see. Okay, so maybe we have to wait here.
Yeah, the Great MRT Riddle, there were three fund in full, one fund below ask.
So, go ahead, Yoshi.
Can I was gonna say, can Sasha hear me or not? Because I see Sasha's in meeting.
No, he says
Sasha can't
be in
Wait,
DC.
I will.
Yeah.
Okay, I will ask.
I'm tired and I want to go to bed.
Well, we're already past 3 hours on this meeting. Hopefully we won't reach 4, but we'll see.
I mean, the events usually go quickly. Yeah. Great MRT Riddle is admittedly a bit high. Like, I'd be wanting to just shave like maybe 250 off that.
Oh, that's tricky.
Honestly, I agree.
Yeah, it's especially I think possibly low. I would say because I think especially because we haven't seen how I think Wildcats will go either. I would be for lowering it first, but if it turns out or there's more than enough more than expected to up, I would then be for raising it afterwards.
Okay, so this is a potentially lower, but wait and see.
How much lower are we talking about here?
Honestly, I think just dropping it 250 would be enough for me. Like, it does seem a bit high, but not super high, depending on the complexity of the event.
Also, are we
Maybe
s-
1,500?
The thing is, we could always edit it afterwards if something that happens. But I would is pretty good on each of the consumers, which
Okay. So we're saying 250. Cut each prize by 250 then.
yeah, I think I'd be for that.
Okay. So first, to clarify,
Does
first,
anyone?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
First will be 750. Second will be 500. Third will be 250. So for a total of 1,500.
Yeah, that sounds adequate, and that's still very much high.
Mm.
I'm asking. Yeah. What? Okay. Sasha says it's fine.
While we're asking that, are
Yeah.
people okay with what Chief says? Like, there's no other clarifications there. Still seems a lot of details there.
I think it's one of those things where it's gonna be. We will just have to see how it goes because there hasn't been in a way kind of like a full scale, purposeful like I don't know how to word it, but kind of like thing like this before. There's been like one-off occasions, but nothing that's gonna be like this. So we'll just have to see what happens. I believe see if it'll go well or not.
I have some faith that Sasha will do an okay job with this.
We'll just have to see. I'm not gonna say whether it will or will not. But
Okay.
we just have to see.
Sasha says that he's fine with that, so let's approve it with the adjusted amounts then.
Yep.
Okay. There's the Get to X tournament. Most of the absentee ballots that came in, one was funded in full. 3 of them were lower bid. No extra comments.
Okay.
My question is over the title because the sense of what to get to X is, it doesn't really challenges doesn't really fit what get to X actually is in theory.
It's Get to X is usually a one-off, isn't it? Like,
Well, it's just something someone does in Mumble.
Board?
Yeah, in the sense of get to X tournament, he wants to do challenges also during it, which
This
isn't
seems to
really
be like a variation on the amazing glitch.
right. That or similar to Tar, and kind of what he wants to go.
It sort of has a tag format in that it's like more destination based and not as challenge based.
Mm-hmm.
And what are these test rounds as well? Because it's a bit high for just an experimental test, isn't it? Like 250 each. Oh, 50 each.
Yeah, Avanish. Just to be clear, Avanish wasn't around when the Amazing Glitch was happening, so he's fairly new.
Yeah.
He doesn't know a lot of the previous events that have happened.
I'd want for somebody to help him along here. Cause I do think he should absolutely try this. Like, yeah, this could actually go really well. It could be quite fun, and we do the events.
I will say. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd maybe encourage him to get perhaps support from another member who's more experienced, like Wipeout or even Cody, like especially with the similarities to the Amazing Glitch. If either of them are up for
I recommend changing the name of it because it very much deviates from the Get to X format quite greatly. To make sure it's clear, so like so you know where like what you're signing up for, and you're not signing something accidentally. That's not it. And still read the proposals. That's how it got. So I want to at least make sure that was done.
Okay.
I'd also be in favor of like slicing all the prizes in half.
Okay. So right now there are 2 issues: the name that Yoshi brought up, and the prize amounts. There's a third thing from Elite's comment, and I know Skelly has some opinions contrary to this. If you want to bring those up, Skelly.
Yeah, so Elites commented, and I think Chief touched on this too, but it was mostly Elites that it seems that it's too much money for a game off of Mumble, but I honestly think that the game being held outside of a voice chat shouldn't disqualify it. Voice chat does help events being run, but events can still be run without the aid of a voice chat, especially since project channels exist. So I don't really see why Avanish being unable to use Mumble should really be held as a knock against it. Discord I can see to an extent for the text reasons, but it being held off of Mumble should not really be, or off of a voice chat in general, should not be held as a knock against an event.
I'd also be a bit honest and just say it's almost a little bit. It is a bit unfair just to exclude him from getting such any funding at all, or really full funding, just because he can't use Mumble. Like, it's not exactly his fault here for not being able to use those.
What about?
I think the thing is, to be fair to Elite, I don't think he's because they're using just simply because they're not using it, they shouldn't get funding. I want to make sure I don't think that's what he's trying to say. I believe his point he's trying to get across, which I believe is kind of written unclearly, is that he has concerns about whether the instruction provided will be clear enough to run the event without such an ease a mean of communication.
Yeah.
Which I think is a fair point to make. However, I think it's one of those things where we could just see how it goes. Like we did, I think, for example, the Great Token case. We can kind of see how it goes. And if it does not end up working out, we can pull the funding. But if it does, we can continue to fund it.
Okay.
Avanish is requesting to pull the funding for the test rounds, which would drop the overall funding by $250.
Would the first, second, and third place prizes be for overall then, and not just per round? Or is this... I just want to make it clear because...
If this is overall, like, that seems fine. I don't know what the challenge round is, but overall, $500 for, like, especially if it's like 5 to 10 rounds with a leaderboard or scoreboard.
I just want to ask him to make sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. We might have to type that
So-
out. We might have to type that down.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he got what he
Yeah,
what he
awesome.
just said there.
Yeah. Avanish, are you still watching the MBS stream? Yeah, it's for
No.
overall.
Yeah, he says it's for overall.
Okay, yes.
How many rounds would this be for the overall?
Oh, I think overall is in like the whole show. So that'd be one. So that'd be 500 for whoever overall gets first, 250 for who overall gets second, and 100 who overall gets third.
Like, how many tournaments or challenges would be held?
He put on his 3 to 5 sessions, and so
3 to
about he's
5.
saying 1 to 3 racers are eliminated.
Think of it. I would say think of it like the Amazing Race, where like
Yeah.
the person who wins at the end gets the 500. It's just like one. It's not like multiple times. It's just one. Like it's not. With that amendment, I think I'm fine with the new just 500, 250, 100. I'm not sure what the challenge run is, to be honest, but I'm not 100% sure, but I think if it is essentially just a round but a little bit harder and there's just a prize for winning that round, I guess that's fine. It's a little high, but
Yeah, screw it. This seems fine.
Okay. So in total, that would be without the test rounds. That's 250 less. So that's 1550, I think.
what is? I am sorry. There's just a lot. I'm trying to like read all
Yeah,
that.
there's a bit of math going. Yeah. But there's also participation prize too. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the points part is.
They get points apparently at the end of each round.
So the most points may be entered the. I don't think that'll work logistically, but maybe there's something I don't understand. But I guess it's fine. I don't think that'll work logistically.
We'll let them try, and they'll find out if it works or not.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah.
As far as funding goes, we're only doing the places and participants, right? I see also challenge round. I'm trying to make sure.
No, we said challenge round. I think we're not. I don't think any of us are too sure what that means. But I think we said if it's. I think we're under the assumption it's essentially just one a normal round, but with challenges in it, which I believe is fine. The number might be a little high for one single round, but
actually,
I think it's.
Avanish, if you're listening, is the challenge round prize? Is that a single prize to a winner of that round, or is it split at all?
Yeah.
Even if it's just one prize, that might still be okay. We just want to know what exactly it is. I'm not sure if he heard me. I have to type this out.
There might be a delay on the stream for it.
Yeah. Single, but I can split. Okay.
Is it for a single round, as in like only one round and then the person just wins the prize at the end, or is it a cumulative, like overall multiple rounds?
Challenge round is 1 round. On his proposal, he says it'll be in 1 day.
Is that referring to like the whole day, or just like one? I'm just trying to. I don't know how long the delay is, but we'll give it like a few minutes or something.
He says it's 1 round.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can approve it as, and if something else happens, we can choose to lower it or keep it as is afterwards. I think just the removal of the test rounds is fine.
Okay, so approved without the test rounds.
Yes, so 500, 250, 100, then 250, 170, 200, and then the with also would probably recommend to change the name so people know what they're signing up for.
Okay.
Pies event, I guess.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay.
Super Tux Kart, Rapid Racing, Gamming.
Yes.
Is
This
there
one
any
went
reason
really
the
well.
numbers are like that?
That's Pi.
They're
Yeah,
mean
the-
numbers.
The reason for the numbers being like that is because it's Pi's event, and fuck if I know.
73 is a RuneScape
Just
reference.
jamming.
Yeah,
One is pi.
is there any reason we can't just make it even? Like, I'm be honest with you.
Like
Well,
600,
basically it's
800,
overrated.
200.
We have access to calculators.
I don't see a harm in it. Like that. This is Pi we're talking about. She wants to do it this way.
The fact that irritates Yoshi makes it even better.
It works.
Wow.
We can
Pi
math it.
firing
It's just
it for you.
typing in a different number when paying out money.
Yeah. the event ran fine last time.
What are these numbers in comparison to last time? Does anyone know?
It's
I
about
think
the
they're
same.
identical.
It's about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. The last one was 1,137 was given, so that's pretty much the same, I think.
It's less than.
For those who played last time, how did it go for you guys? If anyone here did.
It was great. I won.
I watched it. It
Both
seemed to
of
go
you
pretty
will
well.
be,
So
Then it seems good. Then yeah.
Yeah, in all seriousness, the event went fine. There was a bit of a hiccup in the last one because a certain individual selected 20 laps.
Fox.
But outside of that, it was a pretty fun event. I probably will participate in this one,
so
especially if Setsy is.
I'll add all.
Just gotta. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Yoshi.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, no. Well, I meant when I say vote, I meant like how everyone was. Just the main concern I have with these events is, was it run fairly? Is the main question I have.
Yeah, I think it was. Like
That's good.
Pi didn't get involved at all, and because Pi is clearly much better than that.
Pi
that's
provided
fine then.
commentary, and I had to keep pointing out to not to make her stream, like put the game on stream because she forgets to switch the scenes. Anyway, I'm also considering.
Yeah.
I might try this during the maintenance on Monday. I might try to set up a server, a text card server.
Ooh.
So, but I'm not sure how it'll work. So if I can get it running, the event could run on there instead.
Wait, would this be like a permanent Tux Kart server?
We'll see. Like, it depends on how many people want it. Like, I know there's a few people, but is it like OpenTD levels? I'm not sure. So, yeah.
I mean, OpenTD is just Mike at this point, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, there's the OpenTD group. There's a lot of people. There's still quite a few people, but in terms of people playing on it, yes, it's really died down in the last while. So, we'll see. Okay, so approved. And finally, London's pub quiz for January.
How did the other two go?
The first one had some hiccups, but it was pretty fine. I think the last one, everybody can agree outside of me reading the wrong answers sometimes, it went well.
So the main concern I have with it is, from what I've heard from other people, that it goes on for a little too long for some people. And it. So far, yeah. We
could probably look at that then.
I think I understand because it is it is true. Like
Yoshi, you're cutting out.
You're cutting out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, Oh, hold on. Hello.
Yep. Hello.
So it is yeah, no, it is trivia. So I think I can understand where Katie's coming from, where it could get kind of monotonous after a while. So you'll probably need some either reformatting or some sort of like that.
Just,
We
just
could
cutting down the
also-
number of
yeah.
rounds because I think it's 6 rounds has been the amount.
Yeah,
6 rounds of 10
the first
questions.
one we there was originally, I think it was 6 rounds of 15 questions. Second one we did 6 rounds of 10 questions. We could probably cut it down to either 6 rounds of 8 questions or 5 rounds of 10 questions. I'd imagine in London be okay with that.
I was thinking maybe 3 or 4 rounds of 10.
Yeah, I would say 5 rounds. That doesn't cut it off that much. If Kitty's already asked, if Kitty is like suggested to half it, I don't think moving 1 round would probably.
Like, I would
I
say
mean, the thing
maybe-
is, oh, sorry, go ahead, B.
So no, I was going to suggest about either having it either 6 rounds of 5 questions each. If each round is on a different theme, then
That might be good.
In either case, around 30 questions, 40 max seems to be like
yeah.
where
How
I
long-
think it should aim for.
How long does each question last, roughly?
Well, there's reading out, then there's like the actual biggest time sink is usually when it comes to me having to input all the answers and then check, make sure I've got them correctly, because I don't want to end up having to. I don't want to give somebody credit when they don't deserve it.
Volp, is it possible?
Okay.
Is it possible to even split that work further, such that there's not just one person getting all the answers, but maybe like maybe one half messages one person, the other half messages another. Like I'm just trying to think of any ways of spreading the workload, I guess.
Thing with the Google form.
I mean, they can enter. You can both enter, or multiple people can still enter stuff in that form, right? So.
Oh yeah, and there's actually an option for a quiz, but the thing is, part of the thing is revealing the questions. You know, we don't want to have some. If they do it via Google form, we need what 40, 30 different forms.
I mean the problem with so I wouldn't do obviously question per form, but I don't think a form is the right way to go. I can understand the positives, but a form would not be working.
Yeah.
London, we're fine with keeping the amount the same. It's just the length.
Yeah.
What
I think,
about
well,
six questions, 6 categories? That'd be 36.
Yeah, that's
That'll be
reasonable.
good. Give that a
Yeah.
shot.
Because I just done that it's not quite halving it, but it is. Yeah.
Okay, so
I would just basically go ahead.
go ahead, Yoshi.
I was going to say I would recommend just basically playing around with how many questions you have and how long it would cost. And especially if you want to get more, I would talk to the people who participated in both and see what they think.
Yeah.
I know Kitty was there for both and people like that.
So, yeah, I guess approved, but with an advisory. I don't want to say conditionally approved, but just try to make it shorter. Yeah.
Oh,
If we're
actually,
almost halving the amount of questions, it will almost certainly be shorter.
Okay.
I did also need to ask what since last time you guys did a Christmas themed one, and then before that it was kind of a potpourri. What was the I guess can you type of questions will it be like basically will it be like a specific topic Christmas or general knowledge like what?
I don't know when it's decided yet if there even will be one. I know there wasn't. I don't think there was a theme for the first one, but it's up to London.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Will it be like the first one or like the second one? Would you say in topics wise?
More like the first one or more like the second one? What?
Because the first one kind of didn't have like a overarching theme. You know what I mean? It was kind of the second one did. Which one is it going to be more like, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know. London has not disclosed it. We have floated some ideas of potential categories, but
okay.
Okay.
Could do like an MRT.
Are we okay? Are we good? Can we move
I
on?
think we're
Okay. The last event we're going to look at is the Great MRT Build-Off by Dulp. Is Dulp's not here. Oh no.
Oh, he said. Oh, he said when he said something before he left.
Lots of money.
He said ping him if he has any questions.
Oh yeah, ping if there's any questions.
Gotcha. Okay. Are there any questions?
It's similar, I think, to kind of the other building games that are on the server. I he's runs around well enough. I think it seems fine. I think I'm fine with it.
I trust Dalt to do a decent job.
Okay. There doesn't seem to be much issues with it, so I think we'll just go along with it. Is the 5,000 amount is okay? Like that's
Yeah, it's split. Yeah, it's 3,000 to first, and then 1,000 to second and third.
okay. So okay. All right, approve then. Finally, section 8. We just have to get through a few. That's actually it's a lot of ITs. 8A, Sweet Sand Dunes.
With
I
8A,
would-
Hello.
I would honestly be against Noah taking any more towns, honestly, especially since he seems to already have his hands full with the Veal situation, which I posted about a bit in the staff channel. And I'm also concerned with the fact that it's actually 2 separate towns, which I did note a comment on. But the main thing is that I don't really want to be giving him another town when he's wanting to basically blow up his original town.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to be a little more decisive and stick with a town, honestly.
Sinra and Gods voted in favor. Vicky and Anjins voted against. Vicky said that she is mostly just confused to what he's trying to ask for. Does he want both SSD itself and the town station, or one or the other? Anjins had a similar concern, saying, "I don't quite understand what the situation here. Read the deny as neutral." So technically, that's a deny and a neutral from those two.
Okay.
Well, I think everyone here kind of sees the concerns.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So okay. So we're gonna deny. Basically, Noah has to work on his own towns more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
All right, moving on. 8B, Orwell Airways. Time to make my move has requested this.
I don't really get this one. I don't really have any problems, but I guess you want the gates at Colpino City for one fly high per
I mean,
inhabit.
The reason is I believe he's trying to basically get a flight at every premier city, and that would make sense.
Well, except Kessler.
Yeah, every premier city has an airport. Rather.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really care. The airline's inactive, so.
Yeah.
And there's every absentee ballot says approve. So yeah.
Yeah, I've no issues, to be honest.
Does it
literally have one flight?
I will go double check.
It has 0 flights as far
Except
as I know.
a gate, but no, it's 0 active flights. It's basically, in a way, it's basically auctioning for a gated. It's basically a gate at Colpino City is the question. Which I actually the technically is it is no active flights. It's essentially just they're marked off as a gate at the airport. Does time have a right to add the plane there?
Oh,
I mean, it might also just be good just to ask Mishka. I don't think considering his inactivity and the fact that he's done nothing with this for years, it might just be best just to ask him directly. He does tend to respond on Discord.
Yeah, wait. It's part of his IAT duties to check up with Mishka, right?
Mishka's been inactive for 6 months.
It would be nice. It's a courtesy. So I mean, Time. I guess the question to you is: have you tried asking Mishka about it?
Oh, well, that's reassuring.
Okay.
He is on Discord, by the way.
On Discord, yeah.
You said he responds, Volpe?
Yeah, I think Ceci did as well. I have asked him things in the past, I think, in regards to the investigation, and he did get back to me within a few days.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, Mishka's pretty quick.
I can send you his Discord.
Soviet Panda, right?
Yeah, Soviet Panda.
I think honestly, if you ask him, he'd probably be fine with it. So I think it probably is best right to ask him, just because I don't. It's kind of murky water. Just technically, since there's no active flights, are you rather auctioning for a gate? And technically, is that not a? It's kind of weird.
I would just circumvent it because you're trying to get a gate, right? So.
Yeah, I would just ask him because you probably will have better chance. It'll be much clearer to get it there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, time.
Hey,
We're gonna
cool.
deny
It's just
this.
coordinates.
Please ask Mishka. I'm sure he'll probably say yes, but
And if he doesn't respond, then I think you can send it again.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
I think
if he doesn't respond in like 7 days, I'd honestly just be in favor of just improving the IAT there and there, like retroactively.
I would
Submit
say we have to
submit
discuss
for
it
the
'cause it's kind of a
ISM.
gray area.
Submit for the ISM in that sense.
All right.
Yeah, ISM is in 2 weeks. It's like, not
3
hard to
weeks
wait.
actually, because it's weird spacing.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
Okay, moving on to 8C, the Insula Mortis Lanark Laclede Express Station. Geez, that's a lot. Proposed by LK Random, or Harbor Random as he's known now.
Yeah, I had to. This nearly got dropped from the GSM because I asked for a coordinates. He sent them back. I didn't see the email, and I had to hurry it up. There is an issue with this. Let me just get there. There is a town very, very close to this.
Is
that
it inactive?
town? Isn't that Muon, which is Harbor Random's town?
No, well, there's one to the east and one to the west.
And those towns are?
One is Mio One. Just give me a second.
What is it? What? Oh, I was confused about what town he's talking about, but there's a typo in the name of the title. It's
Insula Montez?
It's Insula Montez.
Okay, that's what I thought too.
I was confused. I was like, I've never heard of this town.
It's kind of the halfway point between this and what the hell?
Yeah, so so for historical context, this rail line connects down to Lanark. It's been here for a long time, and it just essentially is a boat route between two of Iraq's towns.
What on earth is this?
This looks like a mutated Yoshi belt.
Yeah, no, well, it's basically using the same design that I took off of, I think.
Oh my god, that's a lot of armor stands. Oh, this is USR grad.
No, past this. The station goes past this.
Oh
It's all the way
god,
down
we
to
should
the
probably
road.
get out of here. The TPS is going to tank.
But it continues down all the way down to the south, all the way to the road there.
That station used to be like a high speed rail line that you're
And anyway,
Yeah, the nearby town is owned by. It seems to be owned by Broken Kidney, who has been offline for 2 years. So I don't. Says he's the only active town in the area. I'd be okay with giving him this, even though it is a bit of a ways away.
is there? So I'm very. Is there? What's the reason that he wants this?
To expand up north. So
yeah,
because
expansion.
he wants his town to go up that way. But I guess it's a claim technically.
Are you guys in this town? Okay. Wait, which is his town? I'm sorry, I'm like a little lost.
Mu1. He owns the town to the southeast of
on the map. I see.
The one to the west is USSR grad by Broken Kidney, who has been offline for 2 years. He's technically closer to USSR grad, but with a inactivity, I'd still be inclined to give this to him.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other objections to this? Nope.
Nope.
Okay. Approved.
Hey,
What?
sorry to jump back, but Avanish apparently wants the points prize in his Get to X tournament to not be included as well.
I don't think we did.
We did.
We did.
But we can remove that one. That's fine.
Okay. We can.
I did have some concerns, so that makes sense. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, he wanted just the places, participation, and challenge round.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's recorded.
Okay. Moving on. 8D Voltorb Kinetics. High Tech TR wants this.
I'm not inclined to, because it seems like he plans on selling other people's designs, which I don't know, like kind of sucks.
Yeah.
There were no issues raised by any of the absentee ballots for really. Yeah, Ortel was approved. Insula Lanarchy Mathingamajig was approved, as was Vildlin. But yeah, the same with this.
But like, it's not his creative property. Essentially, it's like he didn't make it, and so why? I don't think we should be giving it to him explicitly to profit off of it.
It has been inactive for a very long time, though, and it would be nice to see these things still used. Although I do see the concern.
Yeah,
I'd want him to
he's put
modify the
effort
assets
into
slightly.
He's putting in
just
zero
like-
effort and making money off of it. That's Kyle's.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't like.
it's just IATing a company so that you can make money off of something you didn't make. Like, mm-mm.
The company just makes buses. That doesn't have any real stops. It just makes buses to sell designs to other bus companies.
So he's just trying to acquire the design for his own usages.
Yes.
Yeah, he has zero contact with the original owner. So, do you have any plans to modify these buses? Like maybe even just rebrand, recolor, or even tinker with? Or are you just going to be selling these wholesale as they were made?
Is Hightech?
Hightech is in game, yes. Or on
Oh, and
Discord, I
happy
should say.
birthday, London. His birthday is tomorrow. Yeah, USSR grad, armor stand spam is how I would describe it.
Yeah, there was a war there.
I remember when that was like that. Everybody was having a war. Like Catania was having a war. Foxtrot was having a war. It's a great time.
The USSR Grad War was fantastic. Anyway, off topic.
Okay, so I'm not sure if Hightech. I'm not sure if he's listening. He's not in the Discord voice.
He's
but
typing.
But he's typing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, he's on forum.
I missed that.
Yeah, he
Might
has
be
been
on
responding to
MBS. I don't
questions.
know.
Okay.
No, but the
Okay.
point is, like, are you going to attempt to modify the buses that you do get so that whatever you sell is your own creative thing?
Oh my
Is it-
god, the TPS is dismal.
Because essentially what it seems like to a few of us is you are basically kind of getting the company just to resell the design.
I will say, like, it does seem a little dirty, but what actually is the harm in this? These buses are long inactive. They're not going to be built otherwise.
Because that doesn't matter. Like, my point is, like, the harm is that it sets a precedent for people just IATing companies that make creative assets and then not modifying those creative assets at all to make them your own, and then just selling the design, which should, in my opinion, be illegal, because, like, you didn't make it, you shouldn't profit off of it, because, like, why would we endorse something being, like, my explicit thing is profiting off of it. I don't care if you want to, like, give it to other people, but, like, making money off of something you didn't make, nuh-uh.
You've just described capitalism there.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be here.
Yeah, I'm scared of the precedent too if we did approve this, because, for example, courts and activity from the server could be argued the same thing for Epsilon aircraft manufacturing. And you can just
exactly.
take those and sell those that many airline companies use.
If we approve this, how viable would it be to attach a condition that the bus designs may not be sold for money?
But that's the whole point of IATing it. Why would?
Or perhaps not. Maybe he could have also just wanted to use these for his own purposes.
He says sell in the.
Sorry to interrupt, but the meeting channel has kind of died.
Yeah,
like she is unknown command.
Probably need to read the permission from Bull.
Sorry.
Oh my god, this GSM is tacking on 4 hours.
I'll redo the permission. I thought I said long enough, but, well, I guess I underestimated. Hold on.
Okay, so Hightech. Essentially, the question is, so whatever you do. So wait, so like, would you charge for it, or is it just like essentially you just want to be able to lease it out to other people? Like, what is your end up main goal in the IAT?
Show me the way to go. I'm tired and I want to go to bed.
Then go to bed.
I guess I can grab Kitty's exemption.
I think he is, because he's actively responding to what we're saying, Yoshi.
Yeah, double check. Hightech still just said yeah. Okay, yeah. So basically, Hightech, would you basically be okay? Well, the question I had was, so if not, what would be your main goal essentially with the bus acquisition?
I think he said it was because his town uses buses that are from this company.
It doesn't say that on the proposal. It just says.
Yeah, but
We'll just see what he responds. He's typing. We'll see what he responds with.
Okay,
Here.
I have an idea, but it's good. But I'll wait until High Tech responds. It's a little crazy, but actually, I think it might be more appropriate.
Frumple about to make it public source or like
Open source.
I'm actually thinking. Okay, I'll just say, I think it should be auctioned.
Actually,
actually, in terms of money, because the problem is people are going to profit off it, but I feel like they should pay something up front to buy it.
Right? But he gets the money.
High Tech did say that he would be okay with. He says he understands basically that like the profiting off it makes seem like be a problem.
Server just shat itself.
So yeah, I was High Tech. I was just wondering if it's not wrong. Are you just going to like lease out for people for free, or like what is the goal of the IAT?
I mean, auction's not the worst idea. Open sourcing also isn't the worst idea. Like, I wouldn't mind that.
I kind of against the idea of kind of.
I'm against open sourcing it because what if what's his name? SMB 8023 Steamer wants to come back on the server and sell.
He's been gone 3 years though.
That's up to them.
We can't just say that his opinion doesn't matter.
Actually, we sort of can, because when you go inactive, the rules do say that you lose significant rights when it comes to your assets on here. They can be given to someone else. So
I think response. He said he'll just lease the buses for free. So the question is then basically the question we have now is essentially, are we saying it okay basically to lease out someone else's intellectual property? That's basically the main question. Now, because the pricing he says he'd do for free, so the pricing is irrelevant now. So it's basically, are we going to say okay to IATing someone's intellectual property?
Again, because the person's built something on the server, and the rules do say that after 3 months, those assets could be they could be given away to someone else. Like, I don't think they have any rights anymore, unfortunately. There's no intellectual rights here. The problem is, I think the issue might be actually is it fair for High Tech to get it and maybe not others? Right?
I can't believe we're talking about intellectual property rights.
I think it's fair enough because like any normal IAT at a GSM, it was up on the proposal. If no one responds to it in time, then he gets it.
That's fair. Yeah.
I'm fine with High Tech having it as long as he doesn't charge for it.
Yeah, he says he'd do free, and I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Well,
then go for it.
That's
the only thing I care about.
That's the thing. If he wants a charge of it, that might be okay based on the rules.
Right? I think that we should prioritize. Well, the rules explicitly stating that you can do this doesn't necessarily mean it's in the best interest for the best interest for the server necessarily, and that's like profiting off of someone else's thing. I believe should not be staff endorsed as well. Like if you were to sell a company or just even give a company off to someone, like I could sell Boat North to someone else and they would be fine profiting off of the boat design, but like this is explicitly staff endorsed, and I think that the staff should not be involved in. Well, Ali, I know I can't, but I was using it as an example. And I'm not going to. But essentially, if it's staff endorsed, I don't think that we should be telling someone that it's okay to get someone else's property and then profit off of it when you didn't design it.
Okay.
Ignore all that. If we are to give it to him with the condition that he cannot actually profit off it, will he still retain the right to reject or and choose who can and cannot be given the bus?
I think that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not quite open source, but it's not quite.
It's just he owns the intellectual property for the design.
Feels like
it's more so he's just kind of just the guardian of this IP.
Yeah.
He can't
Yeah,
make
he's-
money off it, but he can
Yeah,
find who
he
gets
says
it.
he says he won't charge. He says we're going to charge it for the buses. Well, because of IP rights, I believe it is not really the right thing to do. So I think basically he's just fine with taking it without charging anyone.
All right,
Okay.
I'm
And
fully okay
fine.
with this.
Okay, if you want to go along with that, then sure. Personally, I feel like it's adding. I wonder about the precedent about this, because if it happens again, like it
And if you're not making money, then
yeah.
Yeah, if you're not making money, it's like this is not what the IATs should be used for, in my opinion. IATs should be used for stuff that you can't get in touch with the owner and you need action based off of that one thing. This is like if you can't get in touch with the owner and he needs action. But the thing is, he didn't design the buses. And I think that anything that is staff endorsed, which is transferring it by the method of staff, should not be encouraging profiting off of something that you didn't design.
I understand that. It's just that we're adding a condition. We are, because by default when we give IATs, we don't add those sort of conditions that they can sell a town or sell a company like that, right? Like people IAT things and they sell the company later on or sell a town later on, right?
Trumple does actually bring a valid point. Like there have actually been, I think there has been cases, I can't really remember any specifically, but we do IAT something to somebody and then they can turn around later and sell it. Should we start including caveats that you can't sell?
Well, generally that's more to do with conditions. That's more to do with whoever's. That's more for town transfers, I think.
Yeah, because I will say
the person transferring the town can't impose a condition on who's receiving it.
We have done conditions before, I will say, because if you remember, when we've done IATs or when we've given towns to certain people who I think I'm not sure if it was Modern or someone else, but someone who's claimed a lot of land, we've said, if you IAT, if we're gonna give you this town, you can't claim more area. We have had.
You have to give up another town or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we've also even attached conditions like there was last GSM. We outright told them, okay, well you have 6 months before you can merge this into Clipper.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was 1 month. In fact, actually, I think that's today. So
yeah.
Go you, Elite.
Okay. If you want to add a condition, then let's go with it then.
I still kind of iffy on the whole condition of not selling it. If he's already expressed a desire to not make money off it, do we really still need the condition?
Well, yeah.
I mean, just have it there just as a safeguard. It's fine. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, we
I trust High Tech to stay true to his word.
No, we have to set a condition.
Let's just set it.
We have to set it. So okay, so we'll do that, and then finally 8E. I don't know how to pronounce that name.
Villadin?
Villadin.
Or it could be Viadin. I don't know.
Decor Minecraft wants this. It's literally at F14. It's not on the town list. Interesting.
Yeah, it's probably because it's very old, very inactive, and unranked, I'd imagine.
Yes, the southeast wasteland where there are no premier cities. Yes.
Hey.
How is this not councillor?
He's never tried to get to councillor.
Who owns it? Orange J.
Yeah, that person hasn't been on in almost 5 years.
Yeah, they've not this
old name.
Hey,
Yeah.
Have we auctioned this off to Samuel before? Why do I feel like we might have?
Do you want to do a quick search, maybe?
Yeah, because Samuel, there's a road that connects from here to Samuel directly. So, which is wondering, did we give this to Samuel?
More delays.
When I was doing the station list, it came off as being Orange J still, so there might be something I missed.
And Orange J's coming up as being offline for just over 9 months.
Okay, I have information. At the August 2020 GSM, we gave Villadin to Camalicano.
Camalicano.
Yes.
Yeah, Camalicano. Samuel.
So this is not actually you can't. It's owned.
Yeah. So
well, actually, Camely, is he active too?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, online 5 days ago.
5 days ago, he's active enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, on that basis, denied.
Yeah.
I think Decor's best talking to Camalicano.
Yeah.
This is a weird situation because Camalicano actually owns San Rinaldi, so basically the two of the towns are kind of. This is more or less the border between
if you
the
want,
two.
if you want to build near Decor, just talk to Camalicano. Send him a mail. I'm not sure if he has Discord. Just send him a mail at least. But yeah.
Melicano's a nice guy. I'm sure he'll be able to work something out.
Okay. All right. We're all okay. Oh no, Decor's confused. Does that make sense to Decor?
I think he
So
missed it.
is I don't know if he's listening. Is he?
He's in the Discord, the voice chat.
Oh yes. So basically, I'm not sure how much you heard, but we looked it up. F-14 was IAT'd 20, you said, or 2019?
August
August
2020.
2020.
Oh
August
my
2020.
god!
It was IAT to San Rinaldi, whose mayor is Cam Melicano. So if you want to build closer to it or like work out some agreement, I would talk to him.
Also, this is unrelated, but San Rinaldi has this really nice canal bit. Like, ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was something like on
Oh,
8D. I'm trying to make sure I got the minutes all good. On 8D, specifics are high tech will not charge for bus signs. Was that it?
Yeah, just basically you basically just can't make a profit off of that other person's design.
Wanted to make sure of that. Okay, thanks.
okay. I'm sorry to bring up AD again. What if the person builds what if high tech builds bus models derivative from those buses? Like,
I think that's
fine.
I'd be fine with him charging for
That's
this.
technically his own
Just
property,
the
his own
designs he's
IP.
IAT'd.
But then there's a gray area of how derivative is it, like what he modifies, right? So I mean, I don't know if you want to.
No.
I know, but I have to bring it up.
I think if it is, it's one of those things where I want to make it simple. I want to put good faith in high tech in that I think he'll have a good enough distinction on what is and what isn't, and if it becomes a problem, then we can go deal with it. Because I don't think it's possible to say you must change X amount of blocks or you must make it look like, because that's going to be so subjective.
Yeah.
That I don't know if we could write it down.
Yeah.
Granted, there are only a finite number of ways you can rearrange the blocks.
Okay.
Yeah,
But-
so yeah, I think it's just to have good faith, and if it becomes a problem, then we can deal with it. It becomes a problem.
Okay, people are screaming at me to end the meeting. So, but guys,
No, you can't end the meeting. We've got trustee notes.
there's trustee notes and then the Q&A, and which I'm sure they'll both go on for a while. So, if people want to leave, that's fine. But give me the damn trustee notes, and let's get through this.
Hold on, I'm killing myself. I mean, I'm killing an
Apparently
NPC
I
of myself.
have
I'm probably gonna head out. See ya.
See ya.
Oh, Elite, if you pass us a copy as well, I can put it in the Boarbic library.
Oh, this is actually streamed, so you'll actually see the notes on Frumple TV. Okay.
Okay, I'm vomiting the notes in your general direction.
Okay. No,
This is what I've been waiting for
I've got
4 hours.
Oh yeah, I have to say it in a really monotone voice. Okay.
Monotone.
Okay, here we go.
Come on, show some life.
The trustee meeting for January 9th, 2021. Macleod Municipal Airport, the Honorable Neon, Speaker of the MRT. Okay, fuck it. Skelly Zopperman is given the rank of Special Staff Trustee, 7-1. MGWN's dog is denied trustee. By a vote of 3-4. The Motorola Razor is now trustee. Frumple's Cooking Show is now trustee. Anna Montana is not given trustee. The letter italic is now trustee. Or M. Whatever that is. Hatsune Miku is now trustee. MGWN's K-pop bias stan is not given trustee. Overwhelmingly. Alt staff amendment, except for Kyle, are demoted to get whatever the fuck that is. Moto Aviation Desk Lamp is trustee. Frumple is replaced by the Linux kernel. Brutalism is the only legal form of architecture. A is a legal I vote, and Lameo is legal Nayu vote? What the fuck? Make an ASCII version of Tux, the MOTD. Vulpicula gets the ceiling. Motion to adjourn, thank God. I speaker Lenon, blah, blah, blah. Fuck it. Okay. That's it.
May every sea eagle bless the MRT.
I'm sorry I don't read these like chief, but you know how I feel about trustee meeting.
Right. To Boarbic library.
All right.
questions.
All right, so this is the Q&A portion. Just a reminder how it works. You have to ping, in the meeting live channel, ping me, or in game, I guess. Just let me know that if you want a chance to speak. Just let me know. I'll put you on a list, and we'll go through that
Oh,
list.
I had like a question that I was going to ask. Feels so long ago. It was during your statement. Let me see. I wrote it.
Okay, I'll put you on the list then,
Wow.
Volp.
It wouldn't be the only list I'm on.
Okay, so again, if you want to chat, if you would like to speak, either with a question, concern, comment, rant, whatever,
Got the question.
then yeah, just let me know, and I'll put you on the list. And this can be about the statement that I made at the beginning of the meeting, if you can remember it, or anything else. So, and no silly questions until the end, please.
I'm on the list.
Noah, it is on the agenda.
You know it.
Read the
Basically, out, yeah.
conclusion.
You can click the link, and yeah, you can get it from there.
I do have a question regarding the statement itself. I think I've got cereal in my throat. Hold on.
Okay. Right now, Volp's the only person. So, is there anyone else?
Avanish, the propaganda will be posted also later on the website for kind of the gist of the
Ooh,
JSN.
a lot of kicks happening.
There's a question about what the debug stick is.
That one, I mean, we can't describe it here. You can look it up on the Minecraft wiki. It has some information on it, but it's basically an item that allows you to change the state of blocks. So, for example, if you have like a stair, like a wooden stair, you can change the orientation of it by just right-clicking with the debug stick.
Yeah, I'm demonstrating it on this cobblestone wall here.
Yeah, we did have some concerns regarding what it could be used to do, which isn't like literally making walls invisible, which, as you can imagine, is a bit of a pain in the neck.
Yeah, like that.
All right,
Whoa.
Volp, I think you have the floor. You're the only person to speak at the moment.
Wow, great! The trustee meeting gave me the ceiling. Now I get the floor. You did outline in the statement that what you expect from the player base as a whole, but do you have any expectations for as staff as a whole that are separate from the players? Like, what could we as a staff team be doing better for you?
That's a good question, actually. I mean, I'm pretty happy with what staff have done. Like, they're pretty good at responding to things, though sometimes things get lost. As you've seen in the staff channel or in terms of emails, I'll say this. Public may not be aware, but during the holidays, a whole bunch of emails got accumulated, and I had to go and basically clean up and make sure that things got responded to. So I think that's something. If anything, I think that's something staff could work on. Like, just have someone make sure we're on top of things before things get too delayed, I guess. So
I'll probably put in about the second staff channel right now, actually.
But other than that, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't have much else to say. Like, staff are staff. They're staff for a reason. So, someone pinged me. Okay.
Imperial did.
Imperial is asking, due to the rejection of the AFK kick due to lag prevention measures being able to be... Oh, God, that's a run-on sentence. Due to lag prevention measures being taken by the single people, will hopper systems for convey... What?
Why did you have to put the formatting?
Hoppers systems for conveyors still be a thing.
Yeah, they don't affect lag to nearly the same extent. There are rare cases where it can like screw things up, but yeah, I'm not sure what that has to do with the AFK kick.
Yeah, that's again AFK kick is different because we're trying to reduce the number of chunks and entities that are loaded at the same time. The reason why we're seeing like 10 TPS right now is because there's 30 people on, so that's a lot of chunks, and they're all over the place on the server. So yeah. Okay, are there any other questions or comments or people that want to say anything?
You know, with this sort of activity, I do wonder what would happen if we just never actually had a world expansion to Epsilon. We were just still on Gamma.
Yeah.
We'd probably see, yeah, I don't know.
The city is being built on top of other cities.
London has a question. I have thought of some solutions to pub quiz things, but I'll leave it until after the meeting. Okay, that's... sure, we can definitely talk about that afterward. Volp can probably help with that, but I think essentially what we're asking is less categories, less questions. I think that's what's going to ultimately have to happen, because there is such a thing as too much of a good thing, I guess. Or if it goes too long, yeah, that's what.
I did float the idea of cutting down the questions in each category by 4, thus bringing the total from 60 questions to 36.
Okay. Elite says, I'm open to a big board related discussion and mumble after this. If other staff wanted, because it sounded like honestly the most of the objections came from other staff. I just, I did suggest the designated political area, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing at all or not. But yeah, if you want to discuss with other staff about it, sure, we can do that. Any other questions or comments?
Going once.
I don't think we'll do silly questions. I think we need to end the meeting. It's going on for quite too long.
It's in the meeting right now, so it can be 4:20 in duration.
Oh, Pie's asking if you tried this tux.
I mean, the main silly thing is the fact that we've been here for 4 hours and 20 fucking minutes.
Yeah, Pie, I have not. I didn't get a chance to try it out. I'll probably try it out maybe Sunday or Monday, but we'll see. Okay,
you can join PetScarp with us.
Are we okay with ending the meeting now? Let's end the meeting.